We are live. Do you dare enter the live stream tonight? I have a special guest tonight. Everybody knows Anonymous. Anonymous, would you say something to our crew this evening?
Yeah, I want to correct my name. It's called Beardomnus. Yeah, I want to correct my name. It's called Beardomnus.
I'm going to put a Beardomnus. I'm going to put a link in the chat. So anybody that wants to join us, we don't have anybody in here yet, but we'll see what happens. Oh, I see Carolina. Or is it Carolina? Okay. Let's get a live link. This is for anybody in the chat that wants to join. We got John Boston in the house. Now, I just put a clickable link in the chat. So anybody who wants to join in, all you do is click the link, follow the directions, and we'll take it from there. So John Boston, where are you from?
I bet he's from Boston.
Well, you can't see me smiling with my mask on, so that didn't translate well. There he said he's from Boston. So what's the scariest movie you have ever seen?
The Witch.
The Witch.
Yeah.
And who was in The Witch, or who wrote the Witch or directed The Witch?
Directed by Ari Aster, I believe. Okay. The guy that did Hereditary, the guy that did Somar.
Got Anthony Velasquez from Pasadena, California. What was scary about it?
It was minimalist. There was no huge special effects. There was a talking goat. I mean, come on, talking goats? Are you kidding me? That's fucking scary as shit. Scariest movie I've ever seen in my life.
Now, scary movies, to me, I have different types of scary movies. A scary movie that I think is really scary is, when I was younger, is still to this day, is The Exorcist. So anything supernatural or kind of weird like that is what kind of really creeps me out.
Well, there's horror movies. There's horror, sci-fi, fantasy. And then there's monster movies. You know, Dracula, Frankenstein, the Wolfman, the Werewolf, the Mummy, Phantom of the Opera are kind of like monster movies, so to speak. Godzilla, monster movies. But when you start adding the element of sci-fi, a little bit of sci-fi, horror, mystery, put all that stuff together, to me, that's what makes me jump like Alien was a great horror movie,
Yeah.
you know? And that was sci-fi, that was a little mystery, a little thriller. Uh, I don't think it would be called a monster movie, though, but there was a lot of, I don't know. I'm not heavily into cheap thrills, like slasher movies do nothing for me.
Now, slasher movies don't do much for me, but there are certain movies that, like Rob Zombie's movies, like what is it, The House of a Thousand Corpses and
Devil's
The
Rejects.
Devil's Rejects. Yeah, that to me is brutal in every way.
Yeah, anything with like a weird family, that's scary. Like, there's like the grandma rocking in the corner and she's creepy, and like anything with families is creepy. Like generational creepiness, that's pretty scary. Devil's Rejects, House of a Thousand Corpses, like that whack pack, like a whole whack pack of people. Like, I'll tell you what's a scary movie is the movie Green Room, which
You told me about that, and I haven't seen that.
Jeez, just I'm not gonna blow it for anybody. I think it's one of the most nail-biting, edge of your seat horror thriller-ish kind of things. Just yeah.
Well, I can see I've got Bald Anonymous is in the queue. I'm going to bring him in. Bald Anonymous, are you ready to come in? We're not sure who this is, so this is Halloween, so this could be scary. I'm going to add him to the stream. I'd like you to say something, Bald Anonymous, as soon as you enter. You're in.
What's up, T21?
Who is this?
Your favorite bald bastard.
It's BB. All right. There he is, live and in person.
Yes, sir.
BB is with us in the house.
I'm here with old Firecrotch. I don't know if you can see
Oh, nice. Nice setup you got there.
Yeah, hanging out on the porch, handing out Halloween candy for the ones that aren't afraid of, the world we live in.
Mm-hmm. Any or a lot of trick-or-treaters?
Hardly any. I could barely even keep the candy full. We used to have huge parties, probably 50 people here. Ran out of candy every year. Maybe had 5 groups of families come over. It was pretty limited, so to be expected, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 sec. Yeah, we call you BV for short.
Probably more appropriate for the channel, maybe.
Well, no, it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It's just I think it's more endearing. It's like we know you. So
Perfect. I like it.
what are you smoking there?
Well, for the occasion, Haunted Bookshop.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Which I did not like at first. I waited to try this for so long. I got it a few months ago and put it up, and I started smoking it, and I hated it. I did not like it. It was like a stale cigarette at first. Put it away.
Yeah.
My friend said put it away, so I did, and I brought it back out, and it's really sweet now. It completely did a 180 on me. So
Yeah.
I do like it now.
I don't think there's anybody that actually likes it the first time they tried it. Same thing. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah, it was gross. It was like relighting an old cigarette or something.
Yeah. But now I think I bought a pound of it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I could do that.
Well, George knows I don't smoke a pipe that often. This is a pipe that he gave me. Do you remember this one, George?
I do.
It's an old briar. I guess you
Yep.
call it a lip hanger.
Chin hanger. That way you're not, you don't have to clench it like like that. Yeah. Exactly like that.
Yeah, I picked up this Rossi for like $60 at a brick and mortar. So it's been great. I like it.
How old is it?
That's made by Savinelli. I mean, it's a top-notch Italian pipe.
Yeah. So I knew I had to pick it up. So it fit my hand great. I was watching an episode of actually Matches 360, and he's like, I have to go and I have to hold it in my hand, and I was like,
Yeah.
There's something to that, because I've been buying stuff online. I bought stuff on eBay and cigars.com and stuff. It's up by me, but I was like, I'm gonna go buy one at a brick and mortar and put it in my hand, and this one was just perfect. I love it.
Nice. A lot of people don't realize that smoking a pipe, it's also a very tactile hobby. It literally, like I have pipes that I reach for just because they feel good. It satisfies on so many levels. Just, a smooth pipe is different than a rusticated pipe. It's nice.
Yeah. Yeah, back to movies. I know the other night you mentioned this movie that me and my wife watched and absolutely loved, and that was Midsummer. I was surprised that you liked that. I loved it.
It's a trip, ain't it?
It was so weird. Yeah. Did you watch Hereditary?
Hereditary is that was my favorite movie and favorite horror movie of 2018.
18, yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, that was freaky all the way. Actually, my favorite female actress is Toni Collette, so I will watch anything that she's in. And she was the mother in that, of course.
Right.
And that she is probably one of the most versatile actors. Incredible. Hey, BB, did you see that video I did earlier this afternoon?
No. We went, we took the kids to a little pumpkin patch farm and stuff, so I really haven't been on a whole lot. We did our, family picture routine and uploaded those for everyone, because all our families in Illinois. Yeah,
okay.
I didn't have any videos today.
Fun family day, man. Love it.
Yeah, gotta cherish them. They go by fast.
How old are the kids?
I have an 11-year-old and one that just turned 1. And been surprised with another one that's coming in probably March, end of February.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you. I think there'll be a lot of babies due around that time.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Making babies great again.
Right.
Yeah.
There's been nothing else to do this year, make babies and.
Cheers, man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You know what? Let's get back to movies. So, do like a scary movie. Do like you said, a slasher movie. Why doesn't a slasher movie scare you? I know there's slasher movies that scared me that I thought were really intense.
I'm desensitized to that stuff. I've watched the most horrific movies from Saw. I don't know if you guys watch Terrifier. on Netflix. It was over the top, just disgusting. It just doesn't do anything for me. I'm more into like the psychological stuff now. I think it's what you don't see. Like Insidious, like the lady hanging out behind the curtain. She doesn't do anything. She just hangs out there. And it freaks the hell out of me. My wife's always like, you got to turn it off. I can't take it. Nothing
Insidious
happens.
was good.
Yeah.
The sequels in that series aren't as good as the first movie. First movie is just, I thought it was good. Same thing with, I think I remember one weekend I saw Insidious and Paranormal Activity, first one. And then I forget how many there are after that. The first one I thought was pretty scary.
Right. Yeah, I remember talking to my mom, and when The Exorcist came out, long before I was born, she was like, I had to get up and leave the theater. I'm just, I watch those movies; they just seem kind of cheesy to me.
It's a scary movie. I'm trying to think what was out before that was scary. I mean, you had Rosemary's Baby, which was really freaky. I mean, that's a psychological horror film, as far as I'm concerned. That was before The Exorcist. I'm trying to think what else is before The Exorcist that might have been scary. Some of the Dracula films, they were more...
The Omen.
Dracula never scared me.
Anything like The Omen, religious stuff, that just freaks the hell out of me. Was it Emily Rose? I watched Emily Rose, and I swear for a month straight, I woke up at 3 a.m. The Devil's Hour, because that's what kept happening in the movie.
Yeah.
It was the weirdest thing. It must have been an internal clock, my mind messing with me. So.
Yeah.
Do you think it's different to watch a scary movie by yourself or if you're with somebody?
Absolutely by yourself. Yeah, that'll freak the shit out of you.
Yeah, for me too. I could be sitting on the couch and come across something, and it definitely if it's working right, you'll start looking around.
Then the dog always has to go out, and I'm like, I'm not taking the dog out. She's just gonna have to hold it till the morning. Can't do it.
That's fun.
We actually look like a rock band here.
Goth rock group.
I think one of the wildest concerts I've ever been at was Gwar. You ever heard of Gwar?
So I grew up in this small town, nobody around, but there was a college town next to it, and they were over the top for Halloween. They were in Playboy's top party schools back in like the early 90s. It got so crazy that I had to shut it down. But anyways, back to Gwar. There was a family that had the actual suits, and that every year they'd come and they just destroy every costume contest in the bars. It was so much fun.
George, are you familiar? Or I'm sorry, Beardonymous, are you familiar with Gwar?
Great. I am. Isn't there like animatronic things going on?
Yeah. And it would be considered, I don't know, the one I saw would be considered X-rated, I'm sure. So.
Were they chopping off heads or something like that?
Yeah, heads of, not people, but head of what's attached to a man. They were chopping off.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the audience get absolutely covered. I actually sat with the sound guy, and he had visqueen plastic over his soundboard. And so I jumped in there and sat with him. And when they started spraying the audience with just everything from any kind of color slime that you could think of. But it was just...
it was like a Gallagher show for metal.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, I think Rammstein puts on a pretty good show like that. If you're in the first like 12 feet, you're getting soaked with something.
Yeah.
I think the most fun concert I went to for Halloween was actually, I don't know if you know them, was a Ghost. They came down to Tampa about 4 years ago, and it was a small venue. And we ended up hanging out with the band afterwards, and it was just over the top. It was so much fun.
Yeah, you play in a band, right?
I used to in high school. I played in a couple, kind of like Motorhead, thrashy metal band and stuff like that. Sorry, I'm getting a bunch of notifications.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm from Illinois and I moved to Tampa, and all these guys I used to have posters on my wall. I run into them at like Target and Walmart. It's so weird. All these like death metal guys.
Just because that's where they live?
Yeah, the band Death with Chuck Schuldiner, he had passed away, I think, early 2000s. That's kind of where death metal started. Was Tampa. A lot of bands from Ocala, Sabotage. Hung out with Obituary, some guys from 6 Feet Under, Deicide. Yeah, all these guys are. I really didn't know they were from here. I mean, I knew they were from Florida, but they literally live probably 15, 20 minutes from my house. So I run into them all the time. It's so weird.
Did you ever play with them?
No.
No.
I was like a fanboy. I ran into the lead singer from Cannibal Corpse, George Fisher. Super cool guy. I ran into him at a bar. His band wasn't playing. Another band was playing. And I was trying not to stare at him and be a fanboy. And his wife was there, and she caught me, and she's like, "Oh, fanboy, come over here." So I did hang out with him and have some drinks and stuff and talk to him a little bit. So I was trying not to cheese too much.
That's funny. When you had mentioned Gallagher earlier,
Yes.
he was at a bar that's George has been there. It's a local roadhouse bar that's just about a half mile up the road from me on the ocean.
Okay.
And me and a buddy had gone into this place, and we noticed people kept looking in the corner, and we thought, why are people looking at us? So what happened was we turn around, and it's Gallagher. He has the hat on. He has the striped shirt. He did a local venue at the college. So got to hang with him for probably an hour and a half. So in fact, I'll put some pictures on Instagram tomorrow. I have me and him.
That's awesome.
But the guy was a riot. He was a riot. So
I ran into a few comedians randomly. My wife and I first started dating in Chicago. We just would run into like Dave Attell. I don't know if you ever watched him.
Yeah, I've seen him live.
Yeah, I ran into him a few times. Shit, who did I ran into Ron Jeremy doing a stand-up bit, and
you actually ran into him?
yeah, not too close.
Okay.
Yeah, we ran into him in Chicago and stuff, and he's a very sweaty man in person.
Yeah, he looks greasy. He looks like a greasy guy. He just does.
Yeah, he was definitely that.
Yeah. I think Ron Jeremy hit the wall a long time ago.
No doubt.
Oh, could you imagine that life? There's a horror story. So
Absolutely.
I'll bet you he had quite a penicillin bill, Well, let's get back to movies. Again, one of the scariest movies I think ever for me growing up was The Exorcist, for sure, without a doubt.
For me, I'd have to say probably some of the zombie films. They just like, they pop out of nowhere. They're chasing you. Dawn of the Dead, the original, the remake.
The original Dawn of the Dead, actually, because that was, boy, you didn't see much like that growing up. That was the first, besides the Night of the Living Dead wasn't as graphic as Dawn of the Dead by any.
More creepy than.
Yeah.
28 Days Later.
To me, zombies are supposed to be slow, not like be able to run. Like World War Z. Like where zombies are like running.
Yeah.
Like I kind of like the Night of the Living Dead zombies where they're just kind of like just walking along, whatever. But when you is it World War Z, the one with Brad Pitt?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, and those zombies are just like tearing down the street.
Yeah. And
I
so
like
is the same. They were the same in I Am Legend. It was the remake with Will Smith of Omega Man.
Okay.
Yeah. They were the same exact way. They were super fast.
Yeah, that was a very good movie, though.
That was good. But yeah, 28 Days Later, I think they were running zombies, right? Were they running?
Yeah, they were probably the most extreme on meth or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I like my zombies to be slow.
Yeah.
I mean, they're zombies. Come on.
It gives a different element,
Yeah.
Did you guys like I Am Legend?
Yeah, I thought it was a little. I don't like the CGI stuff.
Mm-hmm.
When something starts looking cartoony and cheesy, it just kills it for me.
The original Omega Man, have you seen that? Charlton Heston?
No.
You haven't seen that?
I have not.
That is what I Am Legend is from.
Okay.
It's a remake. Yeah. Yeah. Right, Beer Anonymous? Am I correct in that?
Oh, that's one of the scariest movies ever made, ever. That was like 1972, 73. There were some really good movies in the early 70s. The original Planet of the Apes came out in 68, I believe. I remember Dad took us to see that Proctor's Theater. And from about the late 60s up until about The Exorcist came out in 74, 75. You had Planet of the Apes. That series I thought was pretty good. Omega Man was good. You had some of your space horror movies. Like 2001 Space Odyssey, I thought was scary. I did. The one with Bruce Dern called Silent Running. I just thought that was horrifying. But yeah.
To me, a scary movie is especially scary is when something it could actually happen. You know what I mean? It's like there was this, I remember a movie that was called, I think it was just called Grizzly, and it was about people out camping. This grizzly bear would just rip their tent to pieces and shred them. And I would say I was probably, I'm going to guess and say 14, but that was, to me, that movie sticks out, Grizzly.
Yeah.
I remember you actually left the movie.
Did
crying.
I?
Yeah, you did. You came back, cried.
Oh, how old was I? I think I just turned 21, right?
Just look when the movie first came out. And then I went to see it because I went to the same theater. and I didn't think it was. I thought it was okay. It was a good. It was, you know, right along the line of like Jaws and all of that stuff. But I'm thinking what year that was. Yeah, but you came home crying. You actually left the movie.
Oh, that's hilarious. I don't remember that part, but I remember the movie. I remember it was good.
Yeah, I think most people from my generation was it. You know, it's not a movie; it was a series. But shit, I think my mom played that for me when I was like 6. I couldn't imagine playing that for my kid. I didn't sleep for her, and I had like clown pictures on the walls. She finally realized it was freaking me out, so she took them off the walls and she put them under my bed. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah,
And I
right.
waiting for a clown to pop out from under my bed for
Yeah, no kidding. Wow.
terrible.
Well, forgive
How
your
about
mother.
Yeah, I think the
How about
movies
the
like,
thing?
do you ever watch, was it The Strangers? Stuff like that, you know?
Stranger's good.
You know, stuff that could really happen.
Yeah, anything that can really, really happen is. I think that's kind of a movie that kind of, you know, whether it be something with a snake but just something that could happen.
Piranha.
Piranha.
What was the one with the alligator that came out a few years ago in Florida?
Alligator. Geez, I don't know.
What was that?
The Human Centipede?
Oh, God.
Oh, man. I saw a coffee cup the other day and it had the human centipede wrapped around it. It was so disgusting. It'd be perfect for the daybreak show with the chopsticks, you know.
All right.
George, do you know Evening Pipe?
No.
No, he is in the chat. Nick Gonzalez in the chat. Anthony Velasquez, there he is again. I Am Legend is the kind of California and Pennsylvania vision of COVID lockdown. That's funny. Anybody wants to join in live? You got Beard Anonymous, you got Bald Anonymous, and you got Tony Bruno. But if you want to come on and join I can actually get in up to 7 more people. So Anthony, Nicholas, Evening Pipe, if you want to jump in, hit that link I left in the chat, and then just follow the directions. You'll be backstage. I will verify you, and I won't, but then we'll bring you on live. So. Here, Anonymous, let me ask you a question. You do a lot of interviews. Is there any way that you could do an interview with like a serial killer or somebody like that?
My goal is to find like the most notorious person and just go down the list and have conversations with them all.
Who's still alive that's famous?
Well, we know Dahmer's not alive.
No. Ramirez.
Right.
No. A lot of those guys get killed in prison. I don't think John Wayne Gacy is still alive, is he?
No. So funny thing about him, he lived 2 blocks away from my wife's grandmother in Chicago.
Wow. Yeah, I've got probably at least 2 or 3 people from Chicago. That come on. Tenacia. Cochio. Forget one more that comes around a lot.
Got Evolved Phil in the chat said the masks are money, gents. Now Evolved Phil, that's not Phil Foster.
Sure is.
Well, if that's Phil Foster, come on, buddy. Happy Halloween. This is what we're doing. We're waxing. We have Beard Anonymous and Bald Anonymous. You don't have to say your name. Just click that link. Let me see if I can pop it in the chat one more time. Feel free. There it is. Follow the directions. You'll go backstage. BB, it was pretty easy, yeah?
Oh yeah, I had to give approval to my mic and camera. I had to go back into my iPhone settings. I think that last update, you have to approve everything with every app now.
Beard Anonymous, what was the scariest place you've ever been?
Gettysburg Hotel. In 2009, I went there with a lady friend on Halloween weekend. So we're talking, 11 years ago. And literally a lady friend, kind of lady friend that sleeps in the other bed. And there was a dude who lost all his limbs or something like that in the Civil War. The Gettysburg Hotel was converted to a field hospital during the Battle of Gettysburg. And they said the limbs were piled 30, 40 feet high. Legs and arms that they cut off. Anyways, a ghost appears in room 312 every night. Okay? So that room never gets rented, never gets, no one ever stays in it, or the only people that stay in it are like ghost hunters, that kind of stuff. And you see this apparition floating in the hallway going in and out of 312. Well, I go to sleep. I was there for 3 days. Go to sleep, and I hear this pounding, like pounding of a hammer. But it wasn't like I thought it was like the couple, in the next room or something like that. Pounding the headboard. But it wasn't that. It was like someone getting hit with a hammer kind of thing. And it got so loud, and I sat up in bed, and the girl sits up in bed. I turn on the light, I look at the clock, and the clock says 3:12. That was freaky. Because all day I had heard room 312, room 312. That's the trippy thing.
I have a hard time believing in ghosts. I mean, you don't think they had I want an actuator in the wall. You know what I mean? Like something hidden that makes noise every night. Or hologram.
I don't know.
I just have a hard time thinking that is actually true. Not your story, but that the actual spirits, ghosts, apparition, if you call them apparitions.
I want to believe it's true because I think it's kind of, it doesn't change my life or anything like that, but I do like creepy stuff. So, like I want to believe in Bigfoot and UFOs, and
Yeah.
you know,
I really want to believe in Bigfoot. I just do.
I've had some
Yep.
weird things happen with like tarot cards.
yeah.
Do you ever do tarot cards or like the Ouija boards or anything?
No,
That was always like
Satan's not
that
our
was always
dad.
too creepy for me.
Yeah, we've had some weird stuff, and I had my whole family. I don't do the tarot cards or anything. My cousin does. And both her parents had passed away, and we were at her dad's house, and we were just trying to, ask things. Should I move to Florida? Should I go to school? And weird stuff like that. And then we started asking about her parents, and she had a picture on the wall, and there was a picture behind the picture we didn't know about, and that picture in the back fell out. Like when we started talking about her parents, and it was a picture of her as a baby. I don't even know how the back picture fell out, and stuff was falling off the walls. It was, weird things like that. And that happened before with the Ouija board.
That's creepy.
It was just too much to even like. Okay, that was a coincidence, but it was too much of a coincidence.
And I got somebody in the to come in. It says Anthony. So we're going to bring him in, and he's going to verify himself pretty quick. Here is Anthony.
How you doing, George? How you doing, Tony?
Good. How are you?
Hey.
Man? You?
I'm doing great.
Where are you at?
Good. Pasadena, California.
You're in California. Okay. You're Anthony. All right. I got you. You're Anthony Velasquez. Cool.
Yes. Yep.
Right on. Right on. Right on.
How you guys doing?
Meet Beard Anonymous over here. Then you got Bald Anonymous. So, and now we got Anthony.
I don't have a costume because I'm in COVID lockdown, so we can't have Halloween over here.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still having a good time.
I have actually had this Silence of the Lambs now. I'll bet you this thing is 15 years old. And the funny part is I found it underneath my kitchen cabinet. I've been finding a lot of things lately. Like I found those pictures that my brother was putting on his Instagram and I put on, and I still have that many at least or more, like another half a box just to look through. So yeah, this mask was from probably 12 years ago at least. So.
Hey, Anthony, you are 3 hours behind us. We're East Coast, so it's about 5:45 for you. Something like that.
Yeah.
What's the weather like?
80 degrees.
Nice.
Yeah.
What do you-
Well, that's the only reason why you live here.
Yeah.
Yeah, just about the only reason. That and the proximity to the beach. I can't think of another. But it's good. Yeah.
Those are good reasons, man.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah, I watched your video the Friday morning, George, and it looks cold out there, but
That's cool.
that's
All right.
yeah, the rain. I can't even think of. There's no sign of rain here for who knows when. We may never get rain this year.
Wow.
Yeah, that's possible.
Holy.
Well, Anthony,
How's
Bald Anonymous is from Tampa area, and I am from the Melbourne Beach area in Florida. So
Yeah.
we're having
Yeah,
some pretty good weather. And I think it's Monday. We're actually supposed to go down to 73, which will be nice. Yeah. 73
Change the
degrees.
clock.
Yeah, that's tonight.
Yeah.
So, Anthony, what's your scariest movie?
No, it's Exorcist, Ring.
Okay, you saw the Ring in the chat. Has everybody seen the Ring? That was pretty intense.
yeah, the ring was well, you know, there's a lot of them, but I mean, as you get older, you get less scared, you know. But as
That's
a kid,
true.
yeah, The Exorcist was, you know, just because I guess I grew up Catholic, and so yeah, that was really, you know, it became more real for me, and it was a good scare,
Yeah, it
you
was.
know. Yeah, yeah, that movie held up. That movie held up. But yeah, you
Does
guys getting a lot of are you guys getting a lot of trick or treaters out there or not?
Oh, Beer Anonymous, have you gotten any?
No, not at all. My neighborhood is pretty much shut down. I think people are having like parties rather than doing the kids.
Oh.
I know
I'm
there's a couple neighborhood parties.
I'm surprised I haven't got any, and I have a big bowl of stuff I bought. 113 pieces, I think it said in there. So it's sitting right there, and I have neighbors with kids. You know, the kids across the street, but they're not really kids. They're 18 years old. So who knows? I'm surprised I didn't get any this year. So
Yeah, it doesn't seem like people are out around here. It's not quite dark yet, but it's been pretty subdued, I'd say. I got a daughter that's 15, but she wasn't planning on going trick or treating this year. But really, nobody's going out. You know, it's the plague, right?
Yeah, right.
I don't know. Down here, everybody's going out. I might go out after this. I don't know.
Well, that's good. Florida's going out. Florida's okay. Remember, this is a smart virus, so it knows.
Yeah, people wear masks. I mean, people wear masks, you know, but nobody really wears masks. They wear it like on their chin. You know,
yeah.
I don't wear one. So wore it to vote, wore it to go to the doctor, and that was it.
Oh, here people wear masks, walking their dog at 4 a.m. with no one around, and in their car. So it's, yeah.
I should wear this. I should wear this and put like a paper towel here. This would be good.
Yeah, I only wear a mask when I go to buy food. That's it. That's it. Just because I don't want to give the employees a hard time, but you know, I like to wear a mask tonight to scare some people, but no one's out, so just me. I can only scare you guys.
BB, how's it over there in Tampa area? Do you have to wear a mask when you go to the grocery store?
Yeah, there's certain counties that got rid of the ordinance, but for the most part, most of Florida is still pretty. You know, you have to keep them on.
Yeah, see, I go everywhere without a mask. Everywhere. I mean, to the mall. I went shopping today. I just go where the only time I wore one was to vote last week. And that was it.
Yeah, I actually work in the COVID unit, so.
Well, yeah, I get it. But are you worried about giving it to somebody? Or what's the worry? Or there's no worry?
I think it's hard to say. I've gone back and forth with it. At first, I thought it was just all hype, and then I had several coworkers get very, very sick. Several of our pulmonologists got very sick, brought it home to their family, and had family pass away. But for the most part, all those people had
I mean, you know, no disrespect, but were they fat, out of shape, not healthy? Did they have lung issues? Was there something going on?
All pre-existing conditions, all of them. Stage 4 cancer, renal disease, diabetes. I had a few people pass away that was in their 20s and 30s, but once again, you know, they had other morbidities.
Mm-hmm.
And mismanaged care, you know.
I mean, I know a friend of mine who was he was a beach cop. I believe it was North Carolina, South Carolina. I think it was North Carolina. And he was a beach police officer, and he died about 2 months ago. And George, or Beard Anonymous, knows him very well. So, all right, I got somebody that wants to jump on live here. Chris Gonzo Warren. Does anybody know this guy? Anybody know this guy?
What's the guy's name?
His name is Chris Gonzo Warren.
Bring on.
No, just might. He doesn't have an icon, so let me see here. I'm trying to.
So George,
How's
you got.
your how's your
Looks like you
guys'
got a.
audio?
Looks like George has a Guy Fawkes mask. Is that right, George? Just about with
Absolutely.
a beard, right? with the beard
Yep.
around it, right?
Yeah,
That's great.
exactly.
That's great. Are you in your Van Gogh room?
Yes, I am.
Oh man, I wish I had one
Yep.
of those. That's nice. That's nice.
Oh, it's awesome, man. It's kind of my, you know.
Hey, you see, I'm married, so I don't. I have a reason
Yeah.
for it. You can just stay in your house and smoke your pipe, but yeah, that's great.
Yeah, right.
That's great. That is awesome. I got my patio or my semi patio, whatever this is. But
That's nice.
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's pretty cold over there. You got a heater in that shed?
Yeah, I have a little cube heater going. It's pretty cold. It's about 28 degrees.
Holy crap, man!
And it's cold.
You know,
It's cold.
I've probably been in 28 degrees maybe a few times in my life when I go up to the mountains.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
that is crazy. But I'm sure you deal with that every year. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, literally, it's 80 degrees here. It's crazy, just crazy.
Yeah. 80
The
is perfect.
difference. Yeah, I mean, I did have my shirt off just a minute ago, but I didn't want to do it, go on live. So, but it's just warm. It's just, I mean, I love it. I don't love the lockdown. I don't love that crap.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Hey, Georgia, watch all your videos, man. Watch and yours too, Tony. I watch all of it, man. It's great stuff.
Man, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to talk to you guys. I would never get a chance to, ever, but I'm not gonna. But yeah,
this is why I like doing this, and I think it hopefully can become a thing, because this is the first time that I met BB, which is awesome, and I've seen him on Instagram. I'm glad that he's on here with us right now.
Yeah.
And Anthony, I'm not familiar with you. I think a lot of people send chats or comments or whatever. So, but I'm glad you came on, and I think this is kind of cool. So everybody gets to know each other.
Yeah.
So, and Beard Anonymous, we don't know really who he is. So, it says George Bruno now. Look.
Yeah. No, I mean it's just if you guys pop on real quick live, and it's like someone is there and sees it, that's the only time you're gonna get to do this kind of thing. But it's great. You guys your 21 convention thing, that was great. I didn't have a chance of going to that stuff. I was laid off for 4 months, and I just got back to work for 2 months, so there was no chance I was going to that. So, but but I'm watching it all. It's great, and all your content's great. So, I'm a subscriber to George's channel. So, just to let you know, George, and
Cool.
love it. Yeah, it's a good thing for the morning.
Yeah,
it's a great thing for the morning. And
he's been on fire lately, huh?
What's that?
He's been on fire lately.
Yeah, he has. Yeah. Well, and it's weird because I just signed up this year, and I didn't know that he took the summer off. You know, and then I'm like getting into it, and then all of a sudden, I'm taking the summer off, and I'm doing some interviews. I'm like, okay, I want my daily show. I want my what is that bird? Yeah, yeah, that's great. But anyways, yeah, George, you're awesome, man. I really enjoy watching you every morning and during the week, and yeah,
That's cool.
yeah.
Well,
And Tony, I've kind of like chatted with you, Tony, but because I know you live in I'm sorry, Morburn, whatever. You know, I forget the name. Yeah. And I was like, you know, because before I got my job, man, I was like looking to move to Florida. I mean,
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember now. I answered you. We were talking about all the different plane companies that are here. And
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they, you know.
Yeah, that's funny. You know, I have a good memory, man. So as soon as you said that, you know.
And I'm still gonna look because, you know, even things may be changing, but I don't know if they're gonna change soon enough. And you know, people have to work. You know, what can you do? You can't shut the whole state down and just, you know, have selective, what do they call it, essential workers working, because everybody's going to make a living. And, you know, what they did to us this year was just, it's crazy. So I'm still going to be looking this, you know, throughout the next few years, I'll be looking to move to Florida or, you know, whatever. And it'll probably happen. I think so. But
yeah, just look at all the tech companies, and you know, there's a lot of, I'm sure, military contracts at all those places. You know?
Oh yeah. The Space Coast of Florida is definitely hot. So yeah, I'll definitely be looking for that. You know, hey, I've lived in California long enough. I'm ready to roll.
Yeah,
you know?
I don't blame you.
Yeah, I think George is kind of thinking the same way. I don't know.
Yeah.
Would you say Pennsylvania is as close to California? I don't think so. I don't
Pretty
think.
close to it.
Is it really? I mean, Pennsylvania is that liberal? I mean, I know it's a state.
The governor said you can't leave your house without a mask on.
Yeah.
Can't leave your house without a mask. I mean, it's
unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering who's going to enforce that, because the cops, I don't think they're going to enforce anything.
No.
They've been disrespected. They're not going to. They'll respond to murders and all the major crimes, but I don't think they're going to be pulling people over for not wearing a mask.
No
I don't see that happening. But if they do, go ahead. I got a little money.
I just hope everybody votes. That's for sure. You know,
everybody did.
I mean, I'm not going to tell anybody who I voted for at all, because I wouldn't do that.
What? Yeah.
But I don't care who you vote for. Just go ahead and vote, man. That's what I hope everybody does.
Cayenne, right? Or who is it? Cayenne West. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna bring this other guy in the stream. Looks like Bald Anonymous jumped out or passed out. I don't know. Or not Bald Anonymous, Beard Anonymous. So I'm gonna bring in. This is an anonymous, guys. So we don't know what's gonna happen here. All right. I watched a stream where they brought people in. I didn't want to bring somebody in who's anonymous, but I'm going to see if he's there. So everybody be attentive. Somebody has a kind of a loud keyboard. I'm not sure. I think it's Anthony. Anthony, is your keyboard a little loud? Where's your phone?
Oh, well, my phone. I'm holding my phone. I'm not doing anything with it.
Okay. All right. Because something was crackling. Did you hear that, Bald Anonymous? Like right there.
Mine's been like that for the last. I was gonna ask if your audio was out. All of a sudden, it's like real crackly.
Well, it has sounded that way since I logged on, so maybe but I'm not doing anything. I'm not even.
Okay.
I'm just holding my phone.
All right.
Yeah, I thought
Well,
I
we're
thought it
going
was
to
my
bring
Wi-Fi
on.
or something.
We're going to bring on Chris Gonzo Warren. Okay. So we're going to let him say something and see what happens here. I'm going to bring you on, buddy, and let's see what we got. Happy Halloween. Here you go.
All right, we're
Gonzo
working.
Warren.
We're
How you
good.
doing?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Good, man. How's it going?
I'm doing great. I'm doing good.
So what's up, man? How'd you find this little stream?
Well, you know what, I will, because I was in the chat the other day on the when you were doing a stream the other day, Tony. It was the
Oh, okay.
but yeah, God, I'm trying to think. Like, I first heard of you from when George mentioned you from the what was it? You were reading letters.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I've been subscribed ever since then. So, but I
good.
just lurk around here.
Okay, good. No, that's all right. Well, I'm glad you jumped on, man. You're welcome to come on with a picture. That's up to you. You don't have to, but that's up to you.
Oh yeah, I don't have my camera set up right now and everything. It's a huge ordeal.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I would.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of my new, we'll call it YouTube model. So Thursday nights, I just did this because it's Halloween, but Thursday nights, what I want to do is to basically bring people in like this so we can talk. That's the point. You know, we can have up to 10 people, but to talk about whatever and, you know, to get to know people, this is a great way to do it. You know, I don't know if I, like the last one, last live stream, I didn't leave up. I don't know if I'll leave this one up. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, it's great. Just get a little bit of fellowship, a little bit of community going on.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's not just limited to dudes. I mean, you know, if there's any women out there, or not right now, there's only a couple people in the chat, but, you know, if somebody wants to jump on and talk about something, you know, that's cool. So, you know, so where do you live at?
I am in.
Can we call you Gonzo we'll call you Gonzo?
Yeah, sure. Anything.
All right.
Anything works. But yeah, no, I'm from San Antonio, Texas.
Okay. Nice.
So deep in the heart of Texas.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I came over from California.
How is it in San Antonio as far as COVID, lockdown, and all that stuff?
Oh man, you know what? It's really interesting because I haven't gone downtown because I've been like let's just say I don't want to get involved in any protests or anything, but I've heard that it's nonstop protests and stuff like that around here.
Wow.
But I'm not really sure. I haven't seen it for myself, but I do know that basically if you go into any store, they're not going to let you in. You know, you got to wear your mask and stuff. Our apartment complexes are, you know, there's no amenities still. Everything's still just very, very locked down. So I have a feeling that a lot of people are still at home around here.
No, they just moved to Florida.
They just moved to Florida, yeah. Or that, yeah. But it's better than California still.
Yeah.
Well,
standard isn't that high, but
yeah, not that high. Yeah, that's crazy. I just assumed Texas was opened up. You could walk into a store without a mask or whatnot. But
you would think so. I was very surprised. I was very surprised because I thought Texas would be the last place that would be this shut down. But no, it very much is, and I have no idea. There's a lot of people here are giving the governor a lot of flack. For all the mandates and stuff like that, and I don't know if we're gonna have it. I haven't looked at the news very recently, but yeah, it's been pretty brutal. But hey, I mean, at least here, I think you can still do Thanksgiving for longer than 2 hours, or what was that?
Yeah.
Just wrong.
But my question is, who's going to enforce all this stuff?
Exactly.
since we're
I know-
defunding the police, who's going to enforce it?
I mean,
I
Dennis
don't know.
Prager came out and said he was like, "You can just arrest me."
Yeah.
He was like, "I'm gonna have Thanksgiving."
Yeah, yeah. Well, I have my father in Arizona, and I want to go spend Thanksgiving with him, but he listens to the news, so he probably thinks there's some purple fog going through the air, and it's going to make us all dead. So I don't know. You know, I'm not wearing a mask for Thanksgiving. I'm not doing that, but I'll have to see after the election. Maybe things will clear up a little bit, right? I think things might change. What does anybody think here?
I think, oh, geez. Everybody might leave the stream if I say what I think.
I think on
Go
November
for it.
3rd it actually expires, the virus.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
I think that too.
It's really smart.
It's very smart.
Yeah, it's pretty
It hits
smart.
it only hits certain states.
Yeah,
It only hits small
Democrat states.
businesses and churches.
Yeah. It's very religious, right?
I don't think it's not real. Okay, I don't want anybody to ever think that's the way I think at all. I think it affects people. Do I think it's a pandemic? No, I think it's a flu or a cold that does react to certain people. You don't hear of all the flu deaths, and there are a lot of flu deaths. So
Yeah.
it's I really do think that it's, I'm going to say 30% of virus, 70% political.
Yeah. I think, too, it just with anything, you got to try to, just any day of the year, you got to try to be healthy. Eat right, exercise, get some sun, the basic things that honestly most people don't do.
I mean,
Even they just don't do it, and especially for your grandparents, get them out in the sun, get them healthy, get them active.
If this
It's
whole
important.
thing, if this whole thing affects you personally, okay, I think you're going to tilt, or your mind shift is going to be more toward, okay, it can happen to anybody. So I think if you're affected by it personally, or even say, 7 degrees to personally. My brother has a sister who has an uncle who, aunt died of it, that kind of thing. And that's what you hear a lot of that. And I'm not saying people aren't dying of it, but I don't think people are dying, let's get real.
Well, you probably know. You probably have more contact with most people than anybody, Tony.
The way
just because of the nature of business, you're on YouTube.
yeah,
I don't know anybody who's had it or anybody who's died from it.
yeah.
But
See, I'm
just a regular person.
A friend of mine.
So I don't know.
I know supposedly people have had it, but I know people that said they have it. But my response is, well, let me see your test results first.
Yeah.
And then the response is, well, I think I had it. I had all the symptoms, but I'm fine. So those people I don't believe. I do believe that, again, a friend of mine, a good friend of mine from high school passed from it. Very healthy guy. So I don't know if he had any underlying conditions. Okay. But it still doesn't affect me to where, would it affect me different if they said he had the flu and he passed away? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
What happens? That happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens to people. Healthy people die of the flu all the time.
Mhm.
If we weren't in an election year, I think, you wouldn't know any difference between this and a regular flu.
Yeah.
The media
Yeah,
of
that's-
television is just. Oh, sorry. they're really good at making you focus in on one thing, and they keep you blind to everything else. And so, you know, you forget about like car crashes and, you know, smoking and heart attacks and things like that, and you're just the whole time thinking about what they want you to think about.
I've had more people come in from mental illness and alcohol, ETOH, than COVID lately.
What's ETOH?
Like alcohol withdrawals.
Mm.
What's the acronym that you said? What is it?
ETOH, like a ethanol intoxication. Sorry, I was doing medical terms.
Did you say ETOH?
Yeah, ETOH. It's like an ethanol alcohol withdrawals.
Or did you say? Did you have it start with an A also?
Sorry,
so you're saying alcohol or ethanol? I mean,
yeah, ethanol, alcohol, same thing.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Got
People are out of work. They're stressed. They're pissed. They're turning to, you know, drinking, and they are laying themselves in the hospital, and they're diabetics, and have renal disease.
Well, doesn't drinking cost
They don't
money?
talk about those deaths and what the shutdowns and the lockdowns are doing.
Yeah, that's another factor, right? They don't consider that. They don't consider that. That's not a statistic. That's not on the charts.
Do you ever think about, like, do you think people in general are weak and weak-minded?
Absolutely.
I think so.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Do you think people in general in the United States are just weak-minded?
What is that drug? What did you say?
Weak-minded.
Feeble-minded.
Yeah. Anthony, do me a favor. Click back in, because I think your phone is the one that's clipping.
I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, it's got. Let me try it. Hang on one second. It might be.
Sure.
Let me check it here. Hang on one sec. Okay. Anthony, if I remove you, jump back in, okay?
Okay.
You sound crystal clear now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe it was my hat.
Okay. No, I don't know. Oh, I hear it
Yeah,
again.
that's way better.
Okay. All right. So what were we talking about?
We were talking about are people feeble-minded?
Mm-hmm.
I
So what do
think
you
they
think,
are.
Gonzo? What do you think? I mean, weak-minded people.
I think people are very weak-minded. I think this is like the perfect year for people to start realizing it, and to start seeing it. I think a lot of people are very low in spirits, and they have, you know, skeletons in their closet. They have all this stuff that, you know, all this anxiety and dread, all these things that's controlling them. And now I think this year people are realizing that it's controlling them. At least some people are, and unfortunately, some people are succumbing to it.
Yeah.
Why do people, you know, this is what I try to figure out, is that why do they submit so easy? Why doesn't anybody want any proof? You know, why aren't people demanding something except, you know, when this started for me, I don't know about you guys, but I thought the way they hyped this thing up that people were going to be dropping in the streets. That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I thought it was going to be stepping over bodies
Mm-hmm.
for the first 2 weeks. But you know, honestly, after the first 2 weeks, I'm thinking this sounds like a lot of BS. And that was, yeah, you know, in early April. I didn't, you know, I didn't believe it. And but you have a lot of true believers, and it's still today. You have people that, you know, literally they're driving in their car that has a filtration system with the windows up, wearing a mask. What do you do with that? I mean, how could you convince that person that it's not real? I mean, it's not that dangerous. They're totally committed, you know. And yet, I think a few days ago, I looked at what was the death rate in the county of LA County, and it was 4. Okay, but we're the largest county in the United States with over 30 million people, and 4 people died. If you believe the numbers, 4 people died of coronavirus. 4. Okay, we don't want them to die, but out of 30 million people, it doesn't even. Why is this an issue? I mean, you know, 4 people die of stupidity every day. Probably more than that. You know, I don't get it. Why is this a pandemic?
Well, I'll tell you why it's a pandemic, because people don't talk about it. It's not the pandemic is that people aren't speaking up. It's all about offending somebody. Everybody is offended at everything.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if, you know, it's just not, it's not what we need. You know, you can't be offended. You know, you can protest or do what you want, but don't burn things down and destroy.
Yeah. I mean, it's, you know, I think the most, I mean, as far as the riotous things, I mean, we just had the Dodgers win, and they went in and looted. So I mean, there's, at least around here, there's a pre-existing people that want to just tear shit down all the time. So, you know, that's, you have to ignore them, because they're just built into the society here. But as far as, you know, as far as the COVID stuff is like, I mean, people are, you know, people are brainwashed, and you know, it's the regular news. Granny's brainwashed, and her granddaughters or grandsons are brainwashed too. They believe it heart and soul, you know, and you know, and they're not out playing ball in the street. They're on their phones. Their life is on the phone. They're not out here. They're not out in the street. They don't ride bikes. They don't skateboard. Their whole world is on their phone. So if the phone says that, hey, people are, you know, it's a pandemic, then it's a pandemic. You know, it's unfortunate, but you know, most people don't have a lot of experience in real life, and whatever they do have, it's just, you know, they're told this, and that's what they believe. You know, there's no independent thinking.
Chris, what do you think, man?
Well, yeah, I was just thinking about it, and I was wondering, like, where all this starts. And I think part of it, I think really honestly, like, I think most of this begins in the education system, and maybe even before that. But when I think about it, I think, you know, people my age, because I'm 22. Most of the people my age and younger are socialists, or they're communists, or they're okay with it, or they, you know, they think, you know, we'd be fine, like, let's bring in socialized healthcare, let's do all these different things. And I was skeptical of everything, but I think it was just the education environment, because they really didn't teach me adequately, in my opinion, about, history about like the Soviet Union, about Maoist China. You know, I just this year I found out about the cannibalism that happened in China during the revolution, which is insane. If you look into that, that's some horrifying stuff right there. But I think when you understand that, and you understand that every single time these things have been tried out, it's like the same stuff. It's these same ideas that keep playing themselves out. And because we censor history so much in school, and because people are so afraid of offending people with history and things like that, we have these kids who go through school thinking that, you know, communism is a legitimate idea that maybe we should consider trying out, but trying it better or something like that. And so I think that's, and also too, I talked to somebody recently who, again, like around my age, and they said, I don't believe that the individual has a voice. That's what they said. They didn't believe that the individual had power at all in their community, anywhere. And I was telling them, I said, like, you know, the difference is that, you know, I believe that people do have a voice, and they have more power than they think they have. But I think a lot of young people, they don't see that. They're hopeless, very, very hopeless.
A lot of it's groupthink. Groupthink can be very dangerous.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan did a podcast, I'm going to say probably within the past month. Can't remember the guy's name, English guy, but he talked about groupthink and how everything, like if you've ever been in a crowd that has moved all at once, you know, you ever been to a big concert where it's almost like you're pushing forward and there's nothing you can do about it. So that group acts as one, you know, and a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
Do I call you Gonzo or Chris? Gonzo? I like Gonzo.
Either is fine. You can do Gonzo.
Gonzo, you know, to me, that whole groupthink thing is actually dangerous, very dangerous.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I send my daughter to Catholic school. I'm Catholic, and you would think that, you know, that would change her opinion of the culture. You know, she's been through that hurt. She's 15 now, but no, I mean, it even affects the church, and you know, it's your culture. It's the culture it really is the culture. It really is the culture of the society that determines what most people think. We're, you know, Tony, Gonzo, me, whoever's watching this, if you're agreeing with it, you're probably counterculture. You're not. You're plugged into something else, or you're having your own thoughts. You just are. I mean, I know, you know, Tony, you're probably a little older than me, but, you know, I mean, you think your own thoughts. You think your own thoughts. You know, you really do. You have enough experience to know that you know it's BS. You can see it a mile away. Although, honestly, Granny who's been watching news all her life, she's a Biden. She's a Biden woman, you know. She's a. I don't know how you sell that. How do you sell that person? How do you sell that? I don't even know. That's the worst candidate in the world. How do you sell it? But it's sold, you know.
Yeah.
Not trying to be political, but I mean, that's a hard sell. That is a real hard sell, and people buy into it. So, you know.
I think what happens is, especially with now what's going on, is that, again, people can't think for themselves and think of the outcome of what they're voting for. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm not pushing. Well, I am pushing one side. Of course, I'm pushing one side.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird thing when you and I'm sure I mean, you're in Florida, so you're around a lot of You know, there's older people there than anywhere else. And you see people that they're totally, you know, they watch whatever the local news or CNN, and it's like they're totally into it. It's like, holy shit, you know, it's like, you actually believe that? It's like, but they do, and they're totally. I mean, like I say, there's people that walk around 4 o'clock in the morning walking their dogs. No one else is around, and they're wearing a mask, or they're driving around in their car all alone with the windows up, and they have a mask on, and you can't fight that. That's shit you can't fight. What are you gonna do with that? You can't reach those people. They're true believers. You know, they're true believers. It's, you know, it's a cult-like thing, and you can't, you know, you just hope there's not as many of them as there are of reasonable people. But, you know, here in California, I don't know. I don't know. I think there's a lot of people that just have been apathetic for many years, but hopefully they wake up and say, hey, you know what? You know, we got to save our shorts. Man, we got to do something, man. I mean, I've never voted Democrat in my life, and I'm 50, and I've been voting since I was 18. I knew that when I was 18. I was like, these are dum-dums, you know. It's like, but you know, that's been, I don't know. Maybe I was blessed with something, but I don't know.
So this is kind of cool because we're getting 3 reactions from somebody. I'm 57, you're 50, Anthony, and Gonzo, you're 22, right?
Yeah.
So how do you respond to that?
I think if you scare somebody bad enough, if you get somebody afraid enough, you can get them to do just about anything in a lot of situations. If they're already demoralized, and if you keep them blind to certain things. I mean, like, this is like the kind of stuff we see with like North Korea. Like, I don't want to get into North Korea, but like one of the things that I thought was creepy about that was how they just don't educate people on basic things. Like, they didn't know what a scorpion was. Like, the average person in North Korea doesn't know what a scorpion is, and it's things like that. So if you don't know what something is and you don't know about it, then, you know, obviously they can control you with things like that. And so that's my thought, is that if you scare somebody, all these people right now, I think, who are going with Biden, they're very afraid. I think the Democrats as a whole are very afraid.
What are they afraid of? I mean, really, are they afraid of the virus? What are they afraid of? Just life in general, it sounds like to me, right?
Yeah.
I mean, life in general.
Well, they've got them in their imagination. And when you have people in their imagination, you know, you can control them. And that's the thing. It's like the whole Biden campaign is like, look at how terrible the country is right now. And they say, well, it's Trump's fault and it's going to be even worse. And even though that's, you know, in my opinion, the exact opposite of what's going on, you could say the exact opposite. And if you have them scared enough with the possibility that could even remotely be true, then you've got him. And
you got it.
Yeah.
I want to bring in somebody. I'm not sure if you know him, but you might. Is anybody familiar with Ivan Throne?
I haven't heard of him, buddy.
He's the author of the 9 Laws. I'm going to bring him on right now. Now, Ivan is deaf. Hopefully he can have he's been a speaker at 21. He is, he's had some run-ins with Antifa. You can just look up Ivan Throne on YouTube. Ivan is a martial artist and author of the 9 Laws. And we're going to bring him in here now and see if we can talk with him. Are you familiar with Ivan Throne, Gonzo?
It sounds really. Has George interviewed him for 21?
Yeah, before in the past. Ivan.
Good. So, Tony, unfortunately, looks like my camera is not picking up. I'm at a Halloween party in the neighborhood.
Okay. All right.
I can hear you, and we have Google Meet captions, so I'm able to follow what you're saying. As for Roland with Antifa, we've had some fun. They're good to play capture the flag with from time to time. These days, though, things have gotten quite a bit more heated over the last few years. And I think we're going to have a very interesting next week. Personally, I'm looking forward to it.
What's your prediction for next week, Ivan?
A splendiferous time will be had by all. That's my prediction.
Mm-hmm. Guys, this is Ivan Throne. If you look on my Instagram and just look up Ivan Throne. Ivan, give your information out if you would, please.
Sure. So folks can reach me at ivanthrone.com or Ivan Throne on Instagram is the easiest way to do it. But, you know, Tony, more specifically with what I think is going to happen next week with respect to the actual election itself, that's rather a foregone conclusion at this point. The disparity in levels of enthusiasm, interest, and willingness to go to war is profound. And I think we all can see where the mass of public will lies at this point. There's no reason to sugarcoat or to soften or to otherwise ameliorate the severity of the emotional split in the nation. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we all know where we stand and everybody's anxious to get it on at last, so no one has to listen to the other side again. Now, I'm not being kind, I'm not being friendly, and I'm not being nice, but I do think I am being accurate. And that there are those who are listening for whom I would resonate with that accuracy. People are tired of listening to each other. What happens when the talking stops is when the shooting starts. I am not predicting, I am merely observing. And of course, for those of us who have seen this coming and have prepared their affairs in the array of the wise, this will be, again, a splendiferous time had by all.
Now, Ivan, I think since I've known you that you were expecting this.
Yes. That's, you know, human nature is what it is. And human affairs are what they are. And when you know where they're going, you've seen where they've been, you understand the banal sons of men, it's not complicated to figure out. It's also, and this is very important, and this is what I also encourage people to keep in mind. I talk a lot about the dark world, about the sons of men, of how it is inexorable that these dark and terrible things will happen. But that's just an observation. That's not an appreciation, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And don't be wedded to the dark. Don't be wedded to the negative, maybe ugly or dramatic sides of things. Simply observe what is. And unfortunately, my observation is that bloodletting has been a very long time artificially deferred. So, of course, it will return. What do people expect? The form and shape it takes is not as important as the fact of the steam let off. And people need to do it again. They will. That's not cynical at all. I don't have pity for human beings. I do have compassion for them. There's a difference. Now I have crickets on the other end of the call, so I should probably...
Not at all. We are listening very intently. Gonzo, anything you could say to Ivan Throne? Any questions?
I just want to say that was really profound. I agree wholeheartedly. Actually, what you said reminded me of Jesse Peterson's Silent Prayer.
Mm-hmm.
Be still and know. The way you just let thoughts go by and you don't judge them. You know, you don't dwell in them, but you just let them pass by like a movie. I think that's kind of what we need to do. Yes
and no, because it is not... Okay. I'm just going to say this. There is a difference between being the bystander in a movie passing by and being the director of your own destiny and responsible for the fates of men. And do you understand that difference? Many do not. Oh, who am I to direct the fates of men? How could I be so grandiose and so elegant? People are afraid of prerogative today.
Yeah, they're afraid to
Uh,
stand up.
Mhm.
I do not recommend fear of prerogative to any human being.
Yeah, yeah, you got to stand up for, you know, especially in this time, you got to stand up. And I don't know where everybody lives, but for me, standing up is not
Well, I'm in Florida.
appreciated, but it's necessary. It's necessary because
It is not unfortunate. It is necessary. You know,
it's not
Tony and I had a very
it's actually fortunate. It's actually fortunate because you get a chance to do something. You know, everybody thinks that, oh, you know,
yes,
George Washington
yes.
and Jefferson were great guys, and they were. But they're great guys because they were in great times. If they were in regular times, you wouldn't even know their names, right? So now we're in crazy times, and when you stand up and you're right, you're going to be a great person. I mean, that's just and it's not. Don't do it for the fame, but you know, when you do it now, it counts. When you do it now, say I'm in California, you know, maybe in Florida it's not a big deal. In Texas, fine, they're all, you know, whatever. But in California, you know, if you are just a man, you're an outlaw. If you're just a man, if you're a man, the definition of a man probably in the 70s or in the 60s or in the 50s. If you're that kind of a man, oh my goodness, you know, you're crazy, and that's standing up, just being that way.
You
But
know, let me give you maybe a subjective anecdote. There was a guy named Selko who had been a paramedic in Sarajevo. And during the Bosnian War, when it was being shelled and besieged, he didn't make it out. So we had to spend the entire period in the city. And he wrote about his experiences. He was a very good writer. And one of the things that was instructive to him, therefore impactful to him, and therefore he wrote very powerfully about this, was how instantaneously human beings revert to their basic level of commodification. If you are a female, what is your basic value as a commodity? Right? Doesn't matter what you were before the war. Now you're just that. Or you can die, we can take you out back and shoot you. Same thing for men. If you were a man who lacked honor, if you were a man who lacked violence, if you were a man who lacked character, ferocity, a sense of justice, savagery, you got what you deserved. Now, you always get what you deserve. But there are some deaths I would not wish on anyone. And the death of a coward is one of them.
Wow.
Yeah.
You
So
know,
in times like these today, I encourage all men not to be cowards. Because what is left of this nation of America, once the sides are done fighting over the scraps and bones, will not belong to cowards.
No.
I agree.
That's powerful, man, because that was the last thing that I thought you would say was the cowards.
Name them. Paste a white feather right on their forehead for everyone to see, because it is them and creatures like them that have brought us to this state. Tell me I'm wrong.
Me and you have
Yeah.
spent many hours talking. I remember one time we spoke till early dawn, probably from midnight to 7 a.m. And we talked about a lot of things. You have an incredible ability to express yourself and somewhat predict the future, because when I met you, at first it was everything is about the dark world. And no longer after I met you, and my eyes are opened now, and I do see a dark world. I don't look at the dark world. It doesn't frighten me, but I do see a dark world. And I think that's the reality now.
So, Tony, here's a very important question for you, especially for your listeners. Is this world any less beautiful because it's dark?
Absolutely not.
No,
No.
it's not.
So, I have just been joined here by Mr. Swift. Say
Oh,
hello, Mr. Swift. Hello.
how you doing, Mr. Swift? This is Tony Bruno. I had met you in 2001.
Oh, hey, it's been a while.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. We're on a live stream right now, and we're just talking about what's going on in the world. And Ivan has given us just an incredible insight, which I did not expect tonight. And as you know, his insight is always well accepted and just exceptional. So,
Yes.
So that's what we're doing tonight. So,
Wonderful.
yeah.
A little scary for Halloween, right?
No.
He's bringing a little Halloween to reality.
Yes.
Yeah. 2020 has been a year-long Halloween for us.
Right. Oh, yeah. Have you heard about the new asteroid that might hit Earth?
I heard they're
Oh,
going to
no.
try to. I heard they're going to try to mine it.
No, it's not very big. It's about 2 meters.
Oh.
And where is it supposed to hit?
It'll grow larger. It'll grow larger the closer it gets. Trust me.
I know. I talked to Adam Lane Smith earlier today. I'm like, yeah, watch it hit the Earth and wake something up.
Adam Lane Smith.
Prometheus, the author.
Now, I know who you're
Yep.
talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
I
a
know
friend of mine. We talk all the time.
Small world, man.
Yes.
Prometheus.
Prometheus. Yeah.
Mr. Swift gave an incredible speech at 21 convention in 2018. He's very intense. He seems pretty relaxed right now, but he's very intense. Do you want to tell people about yourself? Give me
Quick.
give us a background.
All right, quick Reader's Digest version. I was a paramedic for 9 years, law enforcement about 20 years, private military contractor about 2-3 years. In that time, special teams, riot team, SWAT team, urban search and rescue, underwater investigations, a couple task force with some Fed agencies, And
you're like a civilian SEAL.
I wouldn't go that far, but
I
I've
would.
done some stuff.
I mean, holy crap, man! Wow.
Yep. Also a father of 5. So
Mhm.
Whoa. I'm
That's
listening.
amazing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Big. So I'm not big on public education. I'm real big on classical education. So I do what I can with my own kids, so they can actually think and question authority. So when they question me, they also have to have some rationale behind their questions. And all my kids are on the same page of, if you don't have a solution when you come with a problem, you're just bitching.
Mhm.
I
Um,
love it.
Other than that, big on my personal faith, Christianity, but I don't Bible thump. So almost everything I teach on and instruct on has my biblical worldview as its foundation.
Now, when you say your biblical view, that just means I would call you based, is what I would call you, Mr. Swift.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And I think that's when somebody says they're based, I think that's a great compliment. When somebody calls me based, I look at it as a compliment. Because your foundation is in God. No matter what happens in your life, we're not perfect.
Correct.
But we also know that we are forgiven,
Oh, yes, very much so.
So, that's a great, to me, that's the foundation of when somebody says you're based.
Correct.
Chris, what do you think about that, Gonzo?
About what specifically?
About being based. When somebody's you're based. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, I heard that recently, and I mean, you definitely want to think everything out.
Mm-hmm.
You definitely want to and I like what you said earlier this year about questioning everything, because
Okay.
I think that's absolutely what people need to do, and I think if you want to be based, you have to question everything.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to look outside your little box and take initiative and all that good stuff.
Yeah, to me, based is, like I said, it's a. Oh, hang on, we got Rourke Wolf in the chat. I'd like to get him in here, and I think Rourke knows Ivan. It's Halloween, Rourke. So I'm going to put a link in the chat here. Click that link that's in the chat.
But yeah, when you say based, I think of just having a solid foundation for your opinions and your viewpoint.
Okay. But to me, when somebody is based, I think automatically, they question all sorts of things. They question everything. That,
Gentlemen,
to me, is considered based.
gentlemen, this is Ivan. I'm going to interrupt you. I don't mean to be rude. Swift and I are actually at a party that we have to get back to. We're standing in the street here. Listen, Tony, it's awesome to talk to you, brother.
Thank you.
Every time.
Thank you. And we'll get together. We'll get together next week.
You bet, man. I love you, man. Much love, honor, and respect to you.
Or tomorrow would be fine too. So as soon as you have a chance, let me know.
You bet. Yeah, I'll reach out. I'll text you when I'm up.
Fantastic. Ivan, you have an awesome night. Thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate this very much.
Thanks, Ivan.
You too, brother. It's a pleasure.
It's a pleasure here. Yeah.
All right. You have a good night, Ivan. Thank you. That was Ivan. You guys research Ivan Throne after you do this. You'll love him. I'm going to bring on Rourke right now. This is a buddy of mine. This is Rourke. Okay. Logan P. Look at him. He's dressed up.
I'm not dressed up.
What do you got on?
I'm just wearing my regular ass jacket, but I'm about to go to my second Halloween party tonight.
Okay.
Good. Party.
I didn't get the chance to talk to Ivan, dude, but like I just saw a little notification that you're having a little party here tonight. So that's cool.
Now, one second.
Oh,
Oh,
What's that?
I had ribs in the oven. Off. I'm getting
You're cooking dinner at the same time as you're having a little Halloween live feed, huh?
yeah.
I mean, I'm not judging. I do the same thing.
I'm just I'm getting the feedback. Mark, I don't know.
Why is that?
Gonzo and Anthony, you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear that. It is
Okay.
That's not good.
Logan D, jump out and jump. You guys there?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's got a little feedback issue. I'm going to bring him back in. All right. Is that better? Still getting the feedback. I bet you he doesn't.
What's the problem? I don't know how to fix this.
I'm getting kind of feedback.
Oh, that's no good.
Do me a favor. Jump out and jump. Okay, all right.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Could be like a speaker thing.
I wonder if Anthony's still there. He's froze up. Anthony, are you still there?
Yeah. Oh no. Is this like unfriended? Are we just being taken down one by one?
No.
You got Michael Myers chilling out somewhere.
Yeah. Well, now hey, Gonzo, it's me and you now, buddy. That's who it is.
Well, here we are.
If anybody wants to jump in, that's fine, man. You know, there's 5-6 people watching. Hopefully Rourke will come back in, and maybe Anthony will come back in. Anthony had a beer or two, so who knows? I don't know if he's coming back in. And I just met Anthony, just so you know that.
Well, there we go, making friends tonight.
Yeah, well, this is the whole point of this kind of stream. And to me, I just thought tonight would be a fun night. I had a long day at work, and I'm like, told my brother, let's go live. And he's like, you have a mask? I'm like, yeah. He said, do you have a mask? I'm like, yep. So we decided we're just going to go and chat with people. So, and wearing some masks. So, and I'm going to bring Anthony back in. So, and then what I want, there he is. So what I want to do is Thursday nights, I'm going to make it a regular. And again, I can have up to 10 people live. So what I want to do is just bring people in and just chat about whatever people want to chat about. Tonight, me and my brother started with scary movies. I don't know if you guys saw that part. Yeah, you were there, right? Yeah. So, Anthony, were you in that when we were talking about the scary movies near the end, right? I think. Yeah. Gonzo, Gonzo's 22, man. What was your scariest movie?
You know what? I thought about it, and it's really tough because I've seen so many, and I think I'm gonna have to go with Jacob's Ladder. I think Jacob's Ladder is my favorite horror movie.
That's a crazy one. I seen that one. That was weird.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you the part of the movie. I wonder if you guys can guess it. The part of the movie that freaked me out the most in that movie. Take a guess. Yeah.
It's been a while since I've actually seen it. I'm trying to.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
I'm going to give you a little hint. It's when his girlfriend was dancing.
Oh, it's the horn scene.
Yeah,
it's the party scene,
dude.
I don't remember it that good.
It just turned into like a demon. Didn't her tail come up like between his legs or something? Or
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. All right, we're gonna bring back in Rourke. Here we go.
Early effects on that movie.
Rourke, you there?
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, we're talking about the movie Jacob's Ladder because we're talking about scary stuff. Do you remember that movie?
I think I saw that a while back.
With,
What's
what's his name again?
face? Yeah.
Oh, geez, I hate that.
I can't remember his
Who was
name
the
right
actor
now.
in that? Rourke, do you know?
I don't remember. But I got to tell you guys, my week.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Tim Robinson.
That Tim Robbins, dude, that movie tripped me out, man. It made me feel sick to my stomach.
Yeah.
But
And
you know,
go ahead, Gonzo.
I was gonna say, you know, a close runner-up is also just for 2020 is Videodrome. I think that movie's very appropriate for 2020.
Haven't seen it. What's it about?
It's by Cronenberg. Did you ever see Scanners? He's the guy who did Scanners.
Oh yeah.
But it's about a television program. It's like a there's this guy who runs what would you call it, like a pirate TV station, and he ends up stumbling on this weird signal for this thing called Videodrome, and it's like a torture porn thing. And this is the kind of programming that he runs, and so he's very attracted to it. And what happens is after he sees this program, it starts to take over his life, and he starts to hallucinate. And essentially Cronenberg's thesis for the whole movie is that the next war in America would be over the minds of Americans, and they would do it through television, through the media. But it's a very
you know when that started, right? You know when the media started winning and people realized when they could take over people's minds?
What?
The OJ trial. That's when the world started to change.
Interesting.
That's when that started to be a real life thing.
Well,
hey, you guys.
Was it? What was it?
Antidote.
Wait.
And I know you from I see all these names. I see all these names, man, and I'm just trying to now I can put faces. That's the whole point of this stream is to put faces to some of these names. I believe I know you from Instagram too.
You can't miss this face.
Okay.
You can't miss that, Tony.
Gotcha. Right on.
But
that's my IG name. I just started a new account, you know, with the whole Manosphere thing. And if you're interested, you can check it out and whatnot. But that's me.
Yeah, of course, man. What's your YouTube channel?
Primal Man. I have some old videos. I don't post too much, but just do it all in fun, nothing serious, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But check me out on YouTube at Primal Man.
No, definitely will. I'm writing it down right now. This is the
Logan said that stuff changed when the OJ trial went off, but most people believe that OJ was guilty, even though he was.
I want to know.
So I don't agree with that. I think at that time people still.
I want to know.
They didn't buy into media at that time. I'm just going to say that. I know I didn't. I remember that time.
Which was first, Rodney King or OJ?
What's that?
Which was first, Rodney King or OJ?
Rodney King.
Rodney King was first, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, the Rodney King thing was, you know,
get along.
Well, the Rodney King thing. I mean, he was beaten, but you know, I mean, yeah, I mean, he was beaten, definitely, but you know, definitely was beaten, but yeah, that was the thing. You know, that was the thing. You could see that he was beaten. That was actually that's when media. I mean, that's when alternative media, or you know, people just with a camera started getting into it, and you know, we could see. I mean, we already knew that, right?
Not at the time, dude. Like,
I mean,
it was different.
No.
That was a different thing.
People who lived in
so I was
the
watching the documentary about that, and I realized that was a time when everything kind of changed.
People who lived in the city always knew that. I mean, well, actually, just people who lived around other people, people who lived around you know. If you're a person, I mean, like Tony, probably you live in Philadelphia, right? When you grew up, I don't know if that's true,
Absolutely not.
Yeah, if you grew up there, so you grew up around a lot of nationalities,
No.
and you know how people
Anthony.
are.
Anthony,
You know
I'm not from Philadelphia.
Yeah, you know how people really
No,
are.
I'm not from Philadelphia.
Oh, you're not.
No.
Well,
No, neither is my brother.
Where did you guys grow up?
I'm in
New York?
Florida. We grew in
I know.
upstate New York, like Albany, Saratoga, that area.
Okay, but I mean, you're not too far from reality, right? I mean, most people are. I mean, most people grew up in this era. I'm 50, so I pretty much. I grew up in the modern era. It's like I go. You know how people act. You know, pretty much reality. It's like, so someone like Rodney King. Yeah, he shouldn't have been beaten, but he wasn't a good guy. It's like, yeah, what are you gonna do when you get crazy? Especially in the era before.
I'll tell you what.
Of course, you knew that.
What Ivan said. Ivan says you ride him into the mud. Okay, ride him into the mud. Sometimes it doesn't. We can't. I mean, the whole world changed because one guy, I don't mind saying, got what he deserved.
Who's that?
Rodney King.
Well, I don't know the guy what he deserved. No, I don't think. I don't say that. I just. Yeah. I didn't say that he got a reserve. I just said, someone said about the OJ trial, that whatever, but
well, he didn't get
Rodney King. Well, I don't know whether the guy got a reserve. I don't know. We don't know what kind of person he was, but but he was a knucklehead, definitely. And when you're a knucklehead and you're going to be doing stupid things around the cops, they're going to do what cops do. And most people want cops to do that kind of thing,
I brought up the OJ trial because I heard you, Anthony. I heard you talking about a movie that was talking about the media taking over people's minds, and I immediately recalled
that was
the point in time when I remember media realizing that they could control the outcome of something, and that was the OJ trial. Because we all, like you said, all believed that he was guilty. And yet the media had this power over us, and they realized that the masses needed to have a say in that situation. Even though everyone believed that he was guilty, the media knew that the masses had the power, and the masses needed to see him be declared innocent so that everything was going to be okay. Because if he was declared guilty, there would be fucking riots. and I remember the day that he was declared innocent by the jury. And that was the day the world changed a little bit, because that was when the media and the masses realized that they could change the outcome of the world, even though that was against the truth. And now everything is different now. Everything is fucked up a little bit.
Well, I mean, yeah. You're right. I do remember that day. You're right.
Insane.
You guys look.
What's that?
And I'm young. I'm much younger than y'all. It's to start to see it now at my age. It's unreal. The amount of brainwashing, like you were saying, from the media, and we're all susceptible to it.
How old are you,
man? One of it has been susceptible to it.
Your nickname is Man. We're just going to call you Man. So how old are you, Man?
33.
33. So I got 57. Gonzo is 22. Anthony is 50. Man, 33. And then we got Logan
44.
he's 47.
44.
I know.
Fucker. Yeah.
So actually we got the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, and the 50s, man.
Right on.
No fan.
It's masculinity covered here, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right.
We're gonna solve the world's problems, right?
You're damn right. I mean,
we're gonna try.
This is a summit. This is a
Tony.
summit.
Tony, I got to tell you, man, my world is falling apart because earlier this week you told me that you had to wear a mask, and now I'm watching you and I can't even see your face, and it's making me a little sad. I didn't think it would ever happen. And you were like the last man on earth, I thought. That,
Well, this is my Silence of the Lambs mask.
Yeah.
I found it actually today underneath the sink, and so I rinsed it off and
Rinse the blood off of the inside of it.
15 years ago. And I'm going to make a reference to the movie. What do you guys think I had for dinner tonight? Because this
Fava
is
beans and liver.
Probably.
with a nice Chianti. Yeah.
Nice Chianti. Nice.
Yeah.
So this is my little break. I'm in Arizona. It's about 7:10, and I'm in between Halloween parties. I went to my first Halloween party, and I'm on my way to my second.
Fantastic.
And the first Halloween party was like somewhat family-oriented Halloween party. Everyone was outside. It's Arizona. It's 60 degrees outside. It's warm. It's not unlike Florida. And everyone was masked up except for this guy. So why? Why is that? Why is everyone outside masked up?
I have no idea, man. Man,
where I'm from,
where
it's the
are you?
complete opposite.
Where are you?
Louisiana.
Okay. Nobody
Nobody
wears
gives a shit?
Huh?
Nobody gives a shit. Nobody wears a mask there.
Nobody gives a shit.
Good. See, nobody gives a shit here, but some people wear masks where I am. I mean, a mask is just not, I just, and it's not rebellion. It's just like, I feel like I actually just have common sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not
Right.
exactly.
So we're not New York. Arizonans aren't New York yet.
What's that?
Okay. Arizonans aren't New Yorkers. I wasn't wearing a mask. I was not verbally assaulted or anything for not wearing a mask.
Yeah.
In fact, I was vindicated by the end of the party because you know what everyone else was doing by the end of the party?
Mm-hmm.
Not wearing a fucking mask.
Right.
You know, I showed up and it was like, I knew the people that were there. There were other parents and they were like doing their freaking socially pressured thing where they felt like they had to wear a mask. And I'm just like the only one standing there without a fucking mask on. And then by the end of the party, everyone's drinking and eating. And I'm just like the only one that's kind of smirking and saying, what the fuck, dude? What are you guys doing? And then by the end of the party, everyone's got their fucking mask off. And then they went home happy and everyone had a good time. So
this wasn't a Halloween party, right?
It was tonight. It was just now.
And everybody, like, you could wear a mask, but they'd be saying they were wearing a COVID mask.
Yeah, they were wearing their stupid cloth masks that don't do anything.
Yeah, exactly.
They're germ catchers, dude. So it's like, if anything, they do weird. So here's my Halloween costume. Okay, it's not really a costume. It's just a prop. Okay, what am I?
The COVID catcher. Is that what it is?
I'm catching COVID.
Dude, I got it. I got it.
Didn't take long, did it?
You didn't tell me that.
We should all catch it, right?
Yeah, let's catch it together.
Then we won't have to worry about it anymore, right? We're curious.
Have y'all caught it yet? Have y'all gotten it yet?
Probably. I went to fucking Florida to hang out with Tony earlier in May. If I don't have it by now, I'm never gonna get it.
I've been around people that have been tested for it multiple times positive and haven't gotten sick, but I'm sure I've contracted it. You know.
What have you been doing?
I'm sure I have too. I'm sure I have.
I mean, I got the nastiest tonsillitis. I've never had tonsillitis my whole life, and I got it in February, and it was the nastiest thing I'd ever experienced.
Did you lose your sense of taste?
Basically, yeah. Well, not, but like because my nose was clogged up. I don't know if it was because
I'm going down the checklist because that's on the checklist. What else?
Are you pooping yourself?
Smell, So what else?
I mean, tonsils swollen up. I could barely breathe. I was drooling. I'm trying to think of anything else. I was aching all over. It felt kind of like the flu. I had a very bad fever.
Because it is the flu, dude.
yeah.
It's the flu.
What did you say?
It's the flu.
My girlfriend told me I was crying.
That was the fever. So
Yeah, I read some things that they never isolated this COVID virus, and I wonder if it isn't just the fucking flu. Who knows? I mean, the COVID is basically the common cold.
Mhm.
That's what it is. So
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that. I don't even know that the experts even know what the hell this is.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
You
The
know.
virus mutates anyway.
I mean,
Yep.
I think we have more questions than we have answers, even after 9 months of this crap, right? I mean, I
It's
don't.
gonna be interesting to see how it plays out for sure.
It's fun to watch people's behavior who are very definite about wearing masks and very
True
certain
believers.
about their beliefs in science. And I was sitting with I have a broad range of friends. I have friends from the far left and the far right, and all my friends, have these different viewpoints and stuff. And I was sitting with some friends at a bar the other night, and we were sitting in our little group of 4, and we were all sitting there talking, and we had our masks off and we're hanging out. And then we decided that we would go over to the freezer case where there were more beers in the fridge of the bar, because it was kind of like a grocery store / bar. And you walk up, you got to put your mask off if you go, put your mask on if you go walk over to the freezer case. And so you're still the same 2 people that you were before, that you were sitting with, but then you got to walk over to the freezer case and you got to put your masks on and you got to decide on what beer to get, and you put your
Makes
beer
no
out
sense.
and then you walk up to the bartender and he buys your, you pay for your beer, and then you go back and sit down with your friends, and then you're the same 2 people again, but then you have your masks off. And everyone in this group believes in science, because science tells us we need to wear masks. And I'm just giggling. This whole
Logan,
situation.
It's
Logan.
great. It's great because I've seen your, I don't know what I want to call them on social media. I don't like calling them arguments. But this is one thing that I think. I like.
What have you seen on social media?
I've seen you, we'll call it discourse with people, and you made valid points every fucking time.
Okay.
And to watch the responses was the
More fun than
the ultimate
anything.
spurging I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And the fact that people just can't grasp reality and they have to be led around. And if you make a statement to somebody, I don't hold anything against anybody, whether it's race, religion, just anything. So if I'll tell you a quick story. I had commented on one of Trump's, and again, I voted, but I'm not going to tell you who I voted for.
Thanks for holding back.
But anyway, I had commented on one of Trump's tweets, and this looked like it from his picture on Twitter. It's pretty big black guy athlete. We had probably I don't know how much was in the thread, but probably 20 comments or so. And at the end, there was no ad homs throughout the whole thing. We basically had a discussion. But at the end, I wished him well and his family well, and he wished me and my family well, which to me is a great way to end a conversation. To me, that shows the character of a man, no matter where you are, which side you're on, To me, that's character. That's character in a man. And you guys agree with me on that? I mean,
yes, 100.
some of the arguments, to me, that's character in a man.
Yeah.
I agree. 100%. Because that's the thing, I was just gonna say, like, I think if you can have a conversation with it and you can show them that you're not judging them, I think that says a lot. Like, obviously you disagree, but judged it. I'm not gonna hate them.
I was gonna comment on what Logan had said. I mean, I don't think he was in the conversation earlier, but we see, personally, me, I see people or even couples walking their dog at 4 in the morning with no one around, wearing a mask, and I see people driving in the car all alone with windows up, wearing a mask. And I just want to ask you, what are you thinking? What are you thinking?
Let me tell Logan here to put his headphones back on. I think you got to put.
Yeah, he's bouncing in and out.
You there, Rourke?
I'm here. Hold on. Jet, come here.
This is what happens when you don't have an iPhone.
Who's promoting iPhones?
What's that?
Who's promoting iPhone? I got a Samsung.
I love iPhones. All right, I'm just want to take an iPhone voting here. Gonzo, iPhone or no?
iPhone.
Okay, man, you got a iPhone?
iPhone.
Of course he does. Okay, we got 3 iPhones that work beautiful. Anthony, your iPhone is working great. Okay,
I don't have iPhone. I'm Samsung.
I'm gonna bring.
No.
I'm gonna bring Rourke back in. So I just want everybody just please tell him to get an iPhone. Okay.
No, Tony, I have a Samsung. I have a Samsung. I don't. Sorry.
You got to get an iPhone, man.
No. I don't. I want South Koreans making my phone.
He's done waiting for his Halloween party.
Wow. Look at.
He's already back from the second Halloween party.
You see what's happening though? So, I'll tell you what, Logan, kick out and then kick back in.
He probably has an iPhone.
No, he actually, I know him well. He's a good friend of mine. He's an Android guy, and this is what happens.
I'm Android.
Oh, by the way, here is my iPhone. Okay, I'm on a MacBook also. So,
I didn't say I'm on a Mac Mini tonight, so
I'm on a Mac 13-inch Air, which is just a fantastic little laptop.
Are you using your built-in webcam or do you have an external webcam?
I'm using my built-in webcam, and it's funny you say that because this is a new computer. So I want to get a new one that'll clip right up here.
Okay.
Because like most of my videos I do on all my interviews and stuff are done with my iPhone 11. This isn't the Pro, it's the iPhone 11. But the camera on here is 10 times better than the camera on my MacBook.
Yeah. I'm using an iPhone 6 Plus.
Okay. All right. And it's working.
It's working.
Yeah. It's funny you say that because I went from the 6S to the 11. So that's how long I had my 6S.
Yep. I'm in the same situation too.
Yeah.
But I have an older computer. I asked you about the webcam because it might be 5 to 6 years old, but the webcam just does not load YouTube Live, which my YouTube subscriber base isn't high enough to where I can stream on a cell phone. So
I can tell you how to do it. You want me to tell you how to do it? I can tell you how to do it. Get StreamYard. That's what I'm using right now.
StreamYard?
Yeah. You can go live through your cell phone. I know if you're going to go live on YouTube and you have less than 1,000 subscribers, I don't know what your subscriber count is, but about a week after I got over 1,000, I could go live, but using StreamYard, I can put up to 10 people in the stream right now.
George uses it too, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
George uses that too, right?
Yeah.
You use the StreamYard, yeah.
Yeah,
I
That's
have,
nice
that's
to
good.
know.
I have what's called StreamYard Pro, and it's $20 a month.
That's good.
Yeah, and you can see what we're doing here right now. So,
Yeah, very good.
What's the baseline subscription for StreamYard?
it's free.
Oh, it's free. Okay.
So what's the benefits when you pay for the 20 every month?
Okay, you'll notice there's not over in this side corner. You notice there's no StreamYard logo,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
and I'm sure they give you more bandwidth. I can have 10 people on right now at once.
Okay.
So there is a lot of benefits. Definitely more bandwidth.
Hey,
I,
hey,
like
Tony.
my internet now at my house here is all right. Let me think. The download speed is like 75, and the upload speed, I'm getting these correct, right? The download is 75, the upload is 25. So that's the plan I have at my house as far as my wireless. So it's pretty
Hey,
fast.
Tony,
Yeah.
can you mute one of us?
Yeah.
Or-
Oh yeah, I can do it.
You have control.
Go ahead and say something. I'll mute you. Exactly. I can't hear it. Oh, I got complete control. I don't want I don't want you guys to get the wrong idea that I don't have control, but I do.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Cool.
Yeah. I
So-
just had the internet people come out. They changed the wire, just an old wire,
Yeah.
and they said that, hey, your internet might be faster now. I said, okay.
Mhm.
And then of course we had Zeta come through here, and just people are still without power and
Yeah.
internet. I just got my internet back up today, so
You guys only
Moving
had like 5 hurricanes in the past month, so what's
Yeah.
the big deal?
yeah, no big deal.
Hey,
Just part of living
So-
down here.
You know what? A few years ago it was me on the east coast of Florida. Now it's you.
Right.
So
When did
So-
you move up to Pennsylvania?
no, I've been in Florida for 30 years, man.
Oh,
30
you're
years.
you're in Florida now.
Yeah, I'm in Melbourne Beach. My house is
Okay, George is
I'm
in
about
Pennsylvania.
500
Yeah.
foot from the beach.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm as close as you can get without being on the water. So, but I bought this
Nice.
house 30 years ago when they were very inexpensive, you know. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, we've you know, I'm on an island. I'm on a barrier island is where I live. So,
Oh wow. Okay.
yeah,
You got to take
Yeah.
a bridge to get.
yeah. There's a bridge like every let me see. Well, there's Melbourne Causeway, then another 10 miles. It's called O'Gallic Causeway. Then about another 10 miles is called Pineda Causeway. And
Yeah.
about another probably 15 miles is really Cocoa Causeway, Cocoa Beach Causeway.
Yeah.
And then you go up to the Space Center, which is Merritt Island.
Yeah.
And then when you get to the Melbourne Causeway, the next one probably isn't for probably close to 30 miles. So
Yeah.
it's a small island that just runs along the East Coast, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't
it's
see I don't see myself staying here long term.
Mhm.
You know, maybe 5 years I give it.
In Florida?
Louisiana.
Oh, you're in Louisiana.
Yeah.
Gonzo, where are you, man?
I'm-
Are you originally from there?
Oh, from
You're
San
from
Antonio?
Louisiana?
No.
Oh, that's right. You're from San Antonio.
I'm-
So
I-
we got Florida, California, Louisiana, and Texas in the house right now. Nice.
So
Good.
yeah, man, you're not originally from Louisiana.
No, I am originally from here. Yeah.
Dude, Anthony, that accent, he's got that New Orleans accent. Am I saying
Yeah,
it?
I'm trying to cover it up a little bit too.
Not at all, dude. I love it.
Well, you know what? Honestly, you know what? Like, I can't tell. You know, yeah, it's not crazy. It's not
Yeah.
crazy.
Oh, I picked it up immediately.
Well, I
Immediately.
mean,
Yeah.
dude,
It's
I
a
mean,
good accent.
yeah, I would just call it. I would just call it a generic Southern accent. I can't tell it from here.
Oh,
But he's
People
no.
say
very.
a lot
I mean,
of
if
people say
you
it's a cross.
if
Yeah,
if
like-
you went if you went crazy, like however you talk with your family, you'd probably then I wouldn't understand you, but I can understand you here. I got
Yeah.
you no problem at all.
I try to add a little more pronunciation when I'm
Mm.
talking with other people. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, because
But
I
it's
can't.
like
I
a
can't.
mix
I
between
can't tell.
a New York, Manhattan, New York accent and a Southern accent.
Yeah.
A lot of people say
It's
that, you know.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, man. That's a
Yeah.
good explanation for that accent. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't tell, but yeah, because I've heard like crazy ass. No, you can't even Louisiana. If they never went anywhere and they don't care about nobody, they speak and you can't understand what the hell they're saying. But I've heard that, but that's not what you have.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you're very yeah. I'm sure you can do it, but don't do
Well,
it.
the accents change throughout the state too, you know.
Yes, and that's a good thing, right?
The French, the Cajuns with a lot of
Yes.
French influence, and up in
Yeah,
Lafayette, you know, they speak a whole different accent, you know.
yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a good thing.
it's
Yeah,
unique. It's culture, you know.
yep, absolutely. Yeah, it's a crazy thing. Yeah. But yeah, I understand. Yeah, you're totally clear to me. So yeah, but you're right.
I'm gonna try to get a friend of mine in here from Canada. So we're gonna see if we. I don't know if you guys are in any hurry. I'm in no hurry at all tonight.
None.
No.
Well, there's not a lot of trick or treaters out here, so I'm good.
The stream's
I'm
about
going
to get 10%
to. I'm
reply.
going to send him this link and see if he'll jump in.
Yeah.
It was kind of cool to have. I'm going to be doing an interview with Ivan. I'm just going to call you Man. Okay, is that cool?
That's fine. Yeah.
Man, have you heard of Ivan Throne?
No, it's funny you said it because maybe like 3 days ago I come across his IG.
Okay, you just missed him. He was just in the stream.
He's this big
Yeah, he was just
Scandinavian
on.
dude, right?
He was just in the stream, man. Yeah, he was on for about 20 minutes.
Well, yeah, he was on when I first jumped on, and I decided I was like, well, I think I can connect with these guys, and so that's what I did. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Ivan's a good friend of mine, and we're going to be doing a talk about. This will be this week, either this weekend or next weekend, but it's going to be about when is violence necessary. So you guys get.
Hey, Tony. Tony, what's the background on that guy?
Ivan is a ninja. He studied ninja training. He has what's called throne dynamics. He's a businessman. He's a hang on one second. Hold on one second. You guys chat above yourself real quick.
I think Ivan Throne, I want to say he's had some weightlifting programs or something he used to do, unless I'm wrong. I'm not sure. I think he was into the whole fitness industry for a little bit.
Yeah, he sounds real knowledgeable. I never heard of him.
Ivan Throne wrote this book, The 9 Laws. Ivan Throne will navigate you through the dark world. Okay.
9 Laws.
Mm-hmm. Ivan's a philosopher. Could you tell by when he was speaking?
Oh yeah. Definitely sound like it, right?
One of the most incredible speakers you could ever see. It'd be a year and a half ago. We had met a couple times in Orlando, and then he became a pretty good friend. And one of the nights,
was he ever in the fitness industry?
I mean, Ivan is a martial artist, but not really the fitness industry.
Okay, it must be someone else that I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Hey, Tony, can you put that link down after this? Can you put the link down on the
I will
for the book?
His book.
Yeah.
Incredible book.
Okay.
This is a book every man needs to read. If you guys go to 21 Studios channel and look for his speech this year, just
he was there.
Go.
Oh, I
of
didn't
course.
know that.
Yeah, if you look on my Instagram, you'll see pictures of me and Ivan. I could show you guys right now, actually.
So his speech is uploaded to the 21 channel, right?
It's the one it would be the one from last year. His new one hasn't been, I'm sure.
Okay, last year. Okay.
Yeah.
I know
Nice.
I recognized his voice before, so I've definitely heard him speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Hey,
me and
he's at least 6'5", huh?
yeah, he's a big boy.
Incredible command of language as well.
Ivan is deaf.
He's
Yeah.
deaf, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
We became great friends. There's another great picture of me and him. I don't think anybody have seen these pictures.
Yeah.
These are from a month ago.
Yeah.
But he's somebody that even on it was Tuesday, me and him sat and spoke for, I don't know, we spoke for 5 hours. We just sat there in the hotel lobby after the convention, and just somebody that you could talk to for hours.
Why so?
He's a philosopher.
Okay.
Somebody that
So he
really,
can elaborate, share different perspectives that you can bounce back and forth with.
yeah, he's
Okay.
somebody that, philosophy is the search for wisdom and truth.
Right.
But Ivan, if you heard him earlier, he doesn't. One thing about Ivan, he doesn't have he won't have sympathy. He doesn't like pity. He doesn't pity anyone. Okay. He does have empathy. Empathy is different than sympathy. People kind of think that's the same thing. It's not. Empathy is kind of feeling what people think, but being, sympathy for people is the worst thing you can do.
Yeah. Hey, let's hear about man's background.
You victimize people in a way when you place them under sympathy.
Yeah.
Hey Tony, you mind or man, you mind giving your background?
Oh no, let man give his background.
Oh, the background?
Yeah.
I'm just in a spare bedroom here.
No, I mean the background on you.
No.
Oh.
That's a physical
the background on me. I was gonna say I got a few cool things in the background. I got some cigars that I rolled. I got some weed fermenting over here.
Mm-hmm.
No, my background is I guess you could call it interesting. I grew up very conservative, very religious. Just a good old Southern boy,
Yeah.
Good old Southern background. Parents still together. Come from a really good family, which I'm grateful for. And seeing so much of this nowadays, and knowing what I've been blessed to have, and seeing so much of the brokenness with families and parents, and starting with dads, it's what's caused me to take interest in this. Coming from, I don't want to say perfect, but damn near perfect, knowing that what I know from that and seeing the opposite of it now is kind of what's drawn me to it,
So would you call yourself new to the manosphere?
Yeah, I would say so. I'm not new to self-improvement or anything like that.
Okay.
I've been following Elliot Hulse for years, which I really enjoy Elliot Hulse.
Awesome.
But yeah, as far as the manosphere, yes, I'm fairly new to it.
Okay, good. What content do you watch? I'm curious.
I watch a lot of artists and things. Coffee roast, which I roast coffee.
Okay.
Coffee roasting, cigar rolling, brewing techniques, just a lot of artisan type things, and I enjoy. I'm not too big onto the red pill, like the whole, we've been fucked over kind of thing, because that wave has done came and gone for me.
Well, the whole getting fucked over, when you're saying that's mean getting fucked over by a woman.
Exactly, and that whole wave's done came and gone for me, and that's how I found the red pill. I mean, let's face it, every guy's found the red pill through that, through a breakup, right?
And most people find it through trauma.
Yeah. So
yeah, most men find the red pill through trauma. The red pill is, I like to say that I have a red lens. Okay, and it is parallel with the Matrix because
Yeah,
you take this pill and you can't you can no longer you can't unsee things. Now, if you take that blue pill,
That's right.
this is the issue though I have with it is that what happens is a lot of guys take this red pill. They don't digest it. They don't understand it.
Right.
And then they try to go back. And that's the problem is you can't go back.
Right.
You
and
can't
you can
go
tell
back.
who those guys are so quickly. You make one comment and they
Yeah.
will jump your ass. And
Yeah.
they're not about solutions. They're just about I told you so, you know.
Okay.
So,
I'm glad you said that because I'm real big on any type of, in fact, there's going to be it's probably starting now, but if you guys want to watch a very interesting podcast that I think is growing, and it's called MGTOW Dictionary, MGTOW Dictionary. Watch their live stream tonight. I'm sure they're starting now. You know, obviously don't leave now because you're here, but if you really want
to understand MGTOW.
No, they're black pill. They're not MGTOW.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is what I'm trying to find out. Gonzo, do you want? Are you familiar with blue pill, red pill, MGTOW, all the labels?
Oh yeah, the whole thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. If you guys go back on some of my videos, you'll see I had some really good conversations with like Alpha. Are you guys familiar AMS, Alpha Male Strategies?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Okay, I did a great.
Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I did a great interview with him, and he hasn't collabed with anybody in forever. And I happened to jump in at the right time a few months ago. But it's an incredible talk with him. I've got one with Alan Roger Curry from Mode 1. I've got one with Steve the Dean Williams, Coach EO. Dr.
Steve's a trip. Steve and Donovan, those guys are really they're a trip, man. They're really fun to listen to, you know.
Yeah. Those are all my buddies, man, just so you know. Every single one of them, their phone number is in my phone, man.
Yeah.
Just a lot of good guys. A really good one is I did with Dr. Shawn Smith, the Tactical Guide to Women. Pat Stedman is another really good one. In fact, all of them were good. I did one with used to be Hunter Drew, Zach Small, a few weeks ago. Of course, last week I did one with Jesse Lee Peterson. I mean, how can you?
That was good. That was a good one.
How can you get any better than that?
Wow.
You know, I'm just pulling the biggest and the best. You know, but to me, talking with guys like that, they have a huge community, and to me, when I'm talking with somebody, I want it to be about them. And again, this is the reason why I like having Anthony here. I like having Man here. I like having Gonzo here. I liked having Rourke here, Ivan here. My brother was here earlier. But I think this is kind of a cool way to just chat with people, get to know people, maybe form a whack pack, you know.
Guys doing things like this, I don't feel are very common these days. You know?
No. Well, a lot of people won't put the StreamYard link in the chat like I do. So
I think that's brilliant.
But the Jesse Lee Peterson video it's good, and it's going to offend some people just because of who he is.
It's offended a lot of people.
I agree with about 99% of what he says.
Do you guys watch the
But
show?
I couldn't say that out loud in public, but I do agree with 99% what he says.
Watch Jesse?
What's that?
I watched Jesse.
Do you? I just got this picture. We gave him a hat. You know who that is, right? Joel?
Joel. Yeah.
Nick just sent me this.
Oh, Nick. Okay. Get the phones. Yeah.
Hey, Tony, tell me a little bit about Jesse Peterson's background, because I don't follow him. I just I follow more of the lower key guys. You know, he's more of like at the top.
Be back in two guys.
Amongst the.
Okay.
Share some things about him that I may or may not know.
Well, Jesse was born in Alabama.
Okay.
He was born under the Jim Crow law. I think the Jim Crow law was to what, 1975?
Like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So hang on one second. I'm just going to pull him out. But Jesse, this is one thing. Like, if you watch, did you see the interview I did with him yet?
No.
No? Okay. Well, take a look at that because he gives his whole bio. What I like to do is when I talk with somebody is get their backstory and get their bio right out of the way for somebody who doesn't know him. But he's somebody that I spent, basically 2 full days with, eating lunch, having dinner. So I got to know him personally, and I got to know Nick personally, and Sam, who is there is 2 guys that came with him. He is a man on a mission. He doesn't believe in racism.
Okay. Yeah.
He believes that there's good or evil.
Okay.
Um,
he's more a black and white kind of guy.
Yeah.
And what's his motive? What's his driving force? What's his
his driving force is rebuilding the family by rebuilding the man.
Okay.
Forgive your mother and return to your father. And not only he says that, he doesn't mean just your earthly father, but your heavenly father also. Okay. He has another channel called the Fallen State. Now, the way he describes it is, and I like this, is when a man is in a fallen state, they're basically void of God. Okay. Gonzo, jump in on this, man. You're a fan of Jesse. I mean,
Tony, do you have a religious background? Or
I do. I consider myself a Christian. That's it.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm
a Christian.
I was raised Pentecostal. I don't know if you fellas ever heard of what Pentecostal is, but it's a very, very, very conservative religion.
Yeah.
But anyway,
is it the hooping and hollering? Aren't Pentecostals hooping and hollering?
Yeah, they do. The speaking in tongues. I mean, they do so many different things, but they're a branch of Christianity for sure.
Okay, well then you're gonna like
interesting.
You're gonna like my talk with Jesse because we talk about speaking in tongues
But I don't consider myself Pentecostal anymore.
Yeah. But because you grew up like that, and I told him I did also. I understand that, like.
Yeah.
I understand.
It will for sure resonate.
Yeah, it will, and being silent. Like he says, God has a silent voice. He talks about how when somebody will say, God told me to tell you this, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
God told me to tell you this. And he just thinks there's no such thing because God's voice is a silent voice. It isn't a vocal voice that's telling you something in your head. I'm going to add Anthony here real quick. So God's voice is a silent voice. There's something that I've been doing.
Interesting.
It's for quite a while, which is a silent prayer. And it is
that's interesting. I can remember.
I'm not a big fan of somebody calling things meditation because I don't meditate. I don't meditate. To me, meditation is a Eastern type, religion.
I would have agreed with you not long ago, but I'm like you. I hear you though. The term meditation is just such an Eastern philosophy type term.
Yeah.
But you can really almost turn anything you do into a form of meditation, or you don't have to use that word. You could say like some people say in the zone, right? You're in the zone. I feel like you can definitely be in the zone and also have a considerate meditation, if you will, But anyway, So as you were saying, I just thought I'd throw that in there.
Now he has a very big mission on rebuilding the man.
Right,
Tony.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Anthony.
Didn't you grow up Catholic?
We were Catholic at first. Yeah.
So where does he feel in rebuilding the man? Where does he feel that one should start?
And
It's by forgiving your mother and returning to your father. Gonzo,
Okay.
speak up, man. You're a
Yeah.
fan of Jesse. Feel free, bro.
No, like I know. I'm sorry. I just don't want to interrupt.
No,
but
go ahead. Jump in, man. Jump in anytime.
Yeah, no, I mean it's you're 100% spot on. Like he just I think his biggest message, the most profound message that he has is just to forgive people. And what I thought was amazing about him is that he's not like I swear like 99% of I've never heard a Christian like Jesse Lee Peterson. I've never heard anybody say the things that he says. And it's to the point where, you know, he has a lot of haters and they'll say, "Oh, he just makes all this stuff up."
Yeah,
And
false prophet, probably. Do they call him a false prophet?
Yeah, oh, everything. They call him a heretic, oh, the whole 9 yards. But it's funny
Sure.
because every time, because I'm not, you know, the type of person who has the Bible with me all the time, and I don't, you know, I'm not constantly looking in the Bible for answers and things like that. But I do occasionally, I'll have a question or I'll think of something and I'll pull it up and I'll be reading and I realize I'm like, yeah, no, he wasn't making that up and he wasn't making this up. It's like right there. It's just that no preachers are talking about this stuff. And he's not, nobody's saying it the way he's saying it and being honest about it because there's just, frankly, I mean, Christianity is a very offensive religion. And he's just not afraid of offending anyone.
amongst its own.
Well, I wonder why
a lot of them,
why is it if you know what?
Well, a lot of them.
Why is it offensive? I think it's. I don't think it's an offensive. I mean, Tony or you know anybody, man. What you think Christianity is an offensive religion?
No, not at all. I don't.
Not at all, right? Tony, do you? I don't think so.
But you have to understand that. I think
it's offensive amongst Christians a lot of times.
Yeah, exactly.
Why would Christianity be offensive amongst Christians?
Some Christians will say you either believe that the Bible is the 100 absolute end-all be-all gospel truth, and there's other Christians that believe, well, there's things in the Bible that are true, and there's also things that are, you know, you can take with a grain of salt. So it's like they offend each other by with those things, and man, they'll go at it. They'll go at each other's throats.
Well, I agree. I agree with that, but I mean, in today's society, you basically have the religious and the non-religious. You know, so I mean, I can see the non-religious not even getting in the Bible, and it's not a part of their world. It's not the law, so they just throw it out the window. But I mean, I don't know that it's really offensive.
Well, when I say it's offensive,
if you're Christian, I don't know where, I don't know. I just don't see it as
offensive.
I mean, Christian people aren't offensive, and that I go.
Go ahead, man.
Am I right?
Well,
the truth is offensive. The truth
is
offensive.
Well, absolutely.
It's not Christianity. The truth is offensive.
It is, and that's the thing is that a lot of people these days don't want to hear the truth, and like, okay, like for example, if I pulled like a Cole Robinson right now and I got out my whiteboard and I wrote down women are weaker than men, and I went and I just stood out on the corner, like I'm sure I would just see a bunch of people looking at me. I'd be getting strange looks, getting people wanting to fight and be angry and all this sort of stuff. But the thing is, and people say, well, that's not Christian, and in Catholicism, I mean, Jesse had a great interview with a nun recently this year, and the nun was a hardcore feminist and was saying that men and women are equal, and here's Jesse saying, men and women are not equal, and it's in the Bible, and it's in the Bible, ironic, and the preachers don't want to say that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as far as physicality, that's true.
Well, and but
I mean, we don't. I mean, it doesn't have to be. I mean, even the most feminist person, if she has to lift a 50-pound box up to the top of a file cabinet, and the guy's there, she's gonna say, "Hey, can you pick this up?" I mean, And it's just common courtesy, and you don't think nothing about it. But
And that's why the bottom
Just the
line,
truth.
men and women are different, and that's exactly what it is.
no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Men and women are different. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
know about
glad
you.
for it.
I prefer a feminine woman over a masculine woman by far.
Yeah.
I you know, it's just the way it is. I like women that are feminine. I like long hair. I like
I'm glad my wife looks like a woman.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
our society has normalized masculine women that it's almost these young fellas growing up that are younger than me, you know, looking for girlfriends, maybe even a wife, you know, and just these masculine women are just, that's all they know. These women that are like, I'm going to school for an 8-year degree, you know, I want to work my entire life, you know, whatever the case may be. That's all they know. They don't know feminine women, probably nowhere near as much as what some of y'all guys know from y'all's generations of feminine women. I mean, you know, but the femininity is just is slowly fading away, and you know, you're getting these new crops of young guys and girls coming in, and I think that's what, to me, that's what I feel like I really enjoy about the manosphere is we want to make a difference, a curve in it, you know, and make men again and make women again if we can, you know.
Make women great again, make men strong
Right.
again.
Of course, it's nature. So how long can that go on?
Yeah.
You know, women
The
denying their
effects
own
of it
nature.
run
How
so
can it
deep,
go on?
too. Yeah.
How can it go on?
Mhm.
I don't know. I mean, you can only go so far with that. You know, eventually women go back to what their nature is, just like men. You know,
And
we
Okay.
both.
When
Nate,
men start doing what
in
they have
chat-
to do, the women will come around. They'll fall into place, I feel. You know, the feminists, all these this toxic feminism stuff, that'll die out. That'll die out. There'll be no more demand for that, you know. So
That's a word. I'll tell you what, that's a word that's been used and abused here in the past couple of years, is just the word toxic.
yeah.
Because toxic can be a word that's very, is it subjective or objective? I guess I would subjective. It's a word like toxic masculinity. Okay, toxic masculinity.
Yeah, I
No,
see where you're going with this.
all masculinity is toxic nowadays. But that word right there is been added to so many others. When you put that word toxic in front of any word, it can mean different things to different people.
Sure.
You know,
True. Good
toxic
point.
masculinity to me is considered masculinity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that I can do what I want.
Toxic masculinity is weak ass men.
Yes, toxic masculinity, it depends. But like right now, this is, to me, I don't smoke a pipe often, only on this live stream I've been doing now. This is my third one.
Yeah.
But people say, hey, you're smoking a pipe in your house. Yeah. You know why I can smoke this in my house? Because it's my house.
It's your own damn house, right?
It's my own house.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And that's the truth.
That's true.
Yeah. That's a
Well, I'll
great
tell
thing
you-
too.
Like there's this amazing thing that happened. There was I ended up because you know y'all are talking about you know women and men following women and women following men and you know the whole charade going on right now. But I thought this was amazing because you know Jesse's one of these guys who says you know like you have your mother's evil, you have the evil of the woman, and how you know a woman's nature is evil, and of course a lot of people are very offended by that, and again more people
I
say,
mean,
oh,
you
it
can
was
see
made up.
why. You can see why to an extent. You know, you got to kind of elaborate on that a little bit. You know.
Yeah.
No,
Well, but the most amazing thing
that
happened.
guy's extreme, and he has his own ideas. You know.
I wouldn't call him extreme. I definitely wouldn't call Jesse Lee Peterson extreme. I would
think
call
it was
extremely truthful.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
I would call it extreme for this generation.
Extreme for
Yes.
this.
Well,
For
that's
this
not very
guy.
extreme.
Right.
I agree
Yeah.
with him.
And that's
I agree
absolutely
with him, but he's extreme. Yeah.
But,
So we're
but,
all.
you know,
I'm extreme.
when somebody
Yeah.
hears that, obviously, some people are going to have like a huge reaction to that. But you know, you hear this, and you know, it's kind of that thing where I always want to verify, or not, you know, trust but verify, that sort of thing. And by total accident, I was just reading through the Bible. I was reading Ecclesiastes, and I don't remember why or what was happening, but I ended up reading this part, and it's literally, the verse says, out of 1,000, I only found one upright man,
Yeah.
and no upright woman, none. And you know, there's all kinds of stuff like that that's in there, and it's just like, no, it's not made up. It's in there. It's just he may be saying it in his own words, but it's true. And you can see it, and that's the reason why I just agreed with Jesse, and I resonated so much with his message immediately, because I had seen it my whole life. And even if I hadn't been able to acknowledge it at the time, I realized what it was, and I'm like, this is 100% true. It's been there. It's been here my whole life, and I just never saw it staring me in the face.
This type of society we live in has sparked up a lot of guys to stand up, you know. And I think Jesse Peterson does resonate with a lot of men these days, but it takes a lot of courage to do what he's doing. It takes a lot of courage to do what any of us are trying to do. You know,
it takes a lot of courage for all four of us to be here on this simple forum.
Yeah.
Believe it or not.
Yeah.
I mean, all you guys that are here right now and speaking your voice is actually way stronger than 99% of the men on this planet. Well, we'll say at least in the U.S. That can't come on and voice an opinion without feel like they're being, you know, we're having a discussion, to me, which is a very adult discussion, and I don't think we all align perfectly, but that doesn't matter.
Right.
You know. So
we're definitely from different areas, backgrounds. Definitely.
Are you guys familiar with Coach EO, Coach Everett Overton?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, I also got Nate Icky in the chat, but Coach EO is in the chat. I put a link in there, so maybe Coach EO will jump on, man. So
awesome.
Yeah, I've seen Coach EO. I don't follow him a lot, but he's pretty good.
Yeah, I had Coach is a very very positive guy, very classy guy.
Yeah.
But just
man, don't y'all sometimes wish we could bring back the 1900s where men walked around in these nice old wool suits, you know?
Yeah.
I know George has a lot of appreciation for the finer, older things in life, you know?
Yeah.
If we could only have a time machine, right, and do this back in the day, right?
It'd be
what would they tell us?
I think a lot of guys would enjoy it. I know Tony's brother George would definitely be one. Tony
for
would too,
sure.
probably.
For sure.
God, yeah. We'd all love it. Yeah.
Well, so I have a question. So, like, Tony, I know you're a tradesman, and so I want to know, like, what do all of you do for as a career?
I'm a remodeling contractor. I do anything from, I try to stay away from additions and things now, but I do windows, doors, interior remodels, bathrooms, kitchens, decks, you know, wood rot repair, just pretty much anything. I'm just a builder. That's what I do. I mean, you know, I can build anything with anything. That's just the way I've been since I grew up. You know, that's what I enjoy to do. I actually enjoy my work. You know, I work hard every day. Like today, I didn't feel like working, but I went and did estimates and did all the things, check the leak, and do everything that you have to do. But
yeah,
I enjoy my trade. I did go to college for construction tech and construction management. So I think that's one of the things that really helps me when I go to 21. I donate my time for my buddy Anthony. Anthony Johnson, who runs the 21. I'm a speaker escort, speaker liaison. I do, I don't want to say security work, but light security work. Like with Jesse, I basically guarded him for the 2 days that he was there. Escort him from his hotel room to the convention area, then back from the hotel room, have lunch with him, and just kind of keep an eye on him, even though we do have a full, Anthony has a full tactical team that is there. You might not recognize them, but they're there. So,
Yeah.
So the leadership role and all that, to me, in what I do, and again, doing what I did at 21 kind of converts back to my job, which is coordinating. And that's what I do, is I coordinate, whether it be a plumber or electrician or drywall guy. But I also
cool how you kind of tied all that in together like that, Tony.
Yeah. But I also do the physical work too, which, I work physically every day. So.
Sure.
And people ask how long you can do that. I can do it forever, I think. So.
Yeah, right. Retirement is the last thing on my mind. I never want to stop working.
No.
I never could understand the concept of work a job for 50, 55 years or whatever it is, right? And retire with a huge 401k. It's like, it just never excited me, I want to work. I want to be doing things that I enjoy doing every day of my life,
Work is, one of the things with me is that being physical in what I do, I think really helps me with my body, with my mind. The fact that, I was married probably 28 years ago, so I still live a single man's life. I don't abuse anything in my life,
right.
Which is something I think that a lot of guys do. So being, I mean, to me, to think in a couple of years I'm going to be 60, I'm like, why don't I feel 57 right now? Why is that? Why? Do you see what I'm saying? No. Why don't I?
Because
57 years old.
Right. Because look at the average 57-year-old man in this country. They're not working with their bodies anymore. They're not using their hands,
Not eating
and
meat.
they should feel like you at 57. They should feel good at 57. But, our society's so cushy and comfy nowadays that we really don't have to use our bodies anymore. But it's good if you can,
Yeah, I don't have any aches or pains or things like that. So I try to say, okay, what, you know what I mean? Like, why don't I have ailments? And taking care of yourself, I think, is the best reason why.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Sleep, hydration, things like that. Sleep is a big thing. People don't sleep that much no more.
Yeah.
That's true.
People don't sleep these days. It's a crazy phenomenon to me how many people that tell me they function off of 3 and 4 hours of sleep every night, Do
you ever feel like if you get your 8 hours sleep, which I try to get 7 to 8 every night, that you almost feel guilty because you got 7, 8 hours sleep? Have you ever felt like
No, never.
I've had that a couple times.
Because I know it's an investment. Sleep is an investment.
Mm-hmm.
It's an investment in yourself. It's an investment in your health. It's an investment in all the ways that you function throughout the day. It's, I never understood people that said, sleep is, a waste of time or it's cutting into your productivity. You're investing in yourself when you sleep, a good solid night's rest. And that's how I look at it. That's why I don't feel guilty for it,
Gonzo, how much you sleep at night, man? I'm gonna run out. I gotta get a power pack.
You know what? I agree with man 100%. Like I think that's a good way to put it because I don't usually feel like guilty for getting more sleep, but yeah, I usually try to get as much sleep as possible because I know if I don't sleep, I'm gonna have aches and pains. I'm gonna feel tired. I'm just not gonna be at my best. And so, what's the point?
Testosterone is directly affected by sleep deprivation.
Oh, everything's but like your kidneys. Your kidneys go to hell if you don't get enough sleep. and just everything goes wrong. Your body just doesn't repair itself if you don't sleep. And so I just don't
Right.
see the point. It's like nothing is worth more than your health, because without your health, you have nothing.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
There's a few things you can do to help you sleep. You know,
Mhm.
I like to sleep with it really cold in my house at night.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
And I've
We
had
we had an incredibly hot summer here. It just seemed longer than usual. It was kind of strange. I would tell my brother, you would go outside and I would look at the temperature at midnight, 1 a.m, and it's like 81 degrees. That's a warm day. So what happens is the thermal mass, which means everything on your home, the block, the wood frame, the roof, everything always stays at the temperature. So the air conditioner is running and running. So it's funny because this morning I actually I put a little window air conditioner in the dining room right here behind the area just to keep it ice cold in here. I just took it out today. I probably won't need it again, but I like keeping cold. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, no, cold is always better. Another thing too, I will say, because I did carnivore straight for I think over a year, I think, and recently because of this the situation and everything, I ended up adding a few things back in. But so I'll stick kind of low carb for the most part, and sometimes I will just go totally carnivore here and there. But I'll notice that sometimes if I don't get enough salt, I will sleep maybe like 6 hours and I'll wake up and I'll just feel kind of buzzed when I wake up. And I'm just restless. And so I think getting enough salt is really important for me to get enough sleep. And that's something that's been really helpful.
Getting less than 7. If I get less than 7, that's how typically I'll feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keeping the room dark too is another thing that really helps. You keep it dark, turn your phone off, put it on airplane mode, get the screens out, whatever you can do. The bedroom to me should be a sacred place, for sleep and whatever you do with your lady and those types of things,
Yeah.
Pretty
much.
My
bedroom has the black mahogany shades.
Yeah,
dark,
blackout.
And it can get pretty close to blackout.
Yeah.
But I'm a natural I'm one of the guys probably for quite a while. I don't need to use an alarm clock. My body will naturally wake up when the sun rises. And that's just the way I am. So.
Yeah.
Well, that was something actually I thought was pretty cool that Jesse said on his show. I think like yesterday or the other day, he was saying that he doesn't have an alarm. He doesn't wake up to an alarm. And I thought that was great.
He's a free man. He's a free man.
Yeah, exactly. And it's
sleep
funny because
when he wants to. I mean, luckily enough, his body wakes him up, but he's a free man.
It's true. And I mean, at one point I was working a retail job at one time, and I remember I actually didn't set an alarm, and I think it was because I was on such high stress at that time. I would just wake up. I would just know like roughly when I need to wake up, and I would just wake up. I would always be on time. And so I thought that was interesting, but let
me ask you guys a question.
Go ahead.
Because this happened to me. I wake up naturally. I don't need to set an alarm. Doesn't matter. I usually like to get up usually around 6 during the weekdays. Now I can look at the clock on the weekend. No reason for me to get up at 6. It might stay in bed until 7, could be 8. If that's the case, depending on like now, what time I go to bed. Okay. But let me ask you a question. Have you ever had an appointment or have to catch a plane and set your alarm? It actually makes me not sleep because I keep looking at the time. So it does the exact opposite of what I think it's going to do. So I worry more about my alarm actually working, even though I know it's going to work.
Yeah.
If you're like me, like if I if I know I have to catch a flight or something like that, and it's 4 a.m., I know I could wake up by then. I know that if I had to wake up, but I would set the alarms in my bedroom clock and on my phone just to make sure. And what that would throw me off.
It don't happen to me that much because I prioritize sleep so high that I have a way of blocking out that anxiety of missing my alarm or something like that. Even though I'll set an alarm.
Exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, sure. But I have a way of dealing with that anxiety. It just I don't deal with it so much because I prioritize sleep so much that it's like sleep is almost more important than whatever I have to do. Getting that 7 to 8 hours of sleep for my health is almost more important than whatever else. It sets the tone for my day. So that anxiety kind of eases for me when I know how important sleep is. For me personally,
When does it affect you mentally knowing? Because it does to me to know that I only had like 6 hours sleep.
Absolutely. Yes, that kills me.
It will affect my whole day.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I mean, if I don't get
something goes wrong or you don't feel quite right, it's like, man, it's because I didn't sleep good last night.
Yeah. Yeah, decision making, the whole thing. I'll get aches and pains if I don't sleep long enough.
How old are you
happen.
again, Gonzo? You're in your 40s.
I'm 22.
Right? Oh, you're 22. Okay.
22. Yeah. Yeah, like if I don't get enough sleep, sometimes I'll be feeling it the next day. But I know some people like in college and stuff, and they'll be taking their courses and having 2 jobs, and they'll do all these different things, and they're worried about their money and in debt, and they hate their parents, and they hate their lives, and they hate everything, and they barely sleep, and they barely eat as well. They're eating.
Sleep means nothing when you got those types of unresolved, issues that you deal with, that you can't come to peace with, or find ways to slowly find solutions for,
Oh yeah.
But I think sleep is you have to have a foundation of good sleep to be the best you can be. Period. I just don't see any other way to do it.
It's true.
My brother is big on sleep. He gets his 8 hours. He has to have his 8 hours.
Yeah.
He usually gets up at 4.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's funny too, because usually when we'll chat almost every night, and anywhere from 7 to 8 o'clock. And all of a sudden he'll say, all right, that's it, I'm going. And while he's doing that, I'm cooking dinner. I mean, that's when I start cooking dinner. Is about in between 7 and 8. A lot of times I'll have it in the oven, So, but he's really big on that 8 o'clock. But he also gets up at 4 o'clock.
Though too, Tony. What I think really drives George to go to bed earlier is his love for getting up early, and I can understand that. I love getting up when it's still dark outside. Like this morning, I had to go chase the garbage man down the street to get him the can because he was passing by too early. And it was nice to just be up and brew coffee that early in the morning. And I think that's something George appreciates too, It's not that I don't like to go to bed early, but I like to get up early,
I feel guilty if I go to bed too early. I feel guilty if I get up too late.
Sure, yeah.
And that's the truth.
Yeah, no, I think routine is very important. And I think a lot of people have routines, but they just, I mean, like you were saying earlier, like that, like people just don't. Sleep is very underrated.
It's probably the most underrated thing.
Self-care, very underrated as well.
Yeah.
Well, self-care to me is really important, and even for what I do. But I working my construction business, I'm very physical during the day, but I also work out at the gym. I've been to my gym in like 2 months, but I have a home gym, so I've got a tricep and lat pull down cable system. I've got a punching bag that I actually have a gi on, so I might hit the bag, but I also have great dumbbells and a weight set. So I lift every other day. So right now I'm actually switching to a high intensity training. So something a little bit different to switch the muscles up, but staying
lower your volume, your reps. Yeah.
You know, it was funny. I was talking to customer today, and he was a power lifter, and I told him that I switched, even though like I was doing on my incline, just 50-pound dumbbells. But instead of doing sets of like 15, I slowed it down, and it was surprising how I could only do at the most 7. Okay, so pulling back, basically a 6-7 count up and a 6-7 count with a pause in the middle. But I could only do 7 reps.
Sure, yeah. Yeah. Have you ever heard of a guy named Mark Ripito?
No, it sounds familiar.
Starting Strength is his program. Is his it's his his whole thing. His business is called Starting Strength, but he's based out of Wichita Falls, Texas. Really good guy. He makes podcasts every Friday. He releases a really interesting podcast about just life. He's a funny guy. Talks about answers a lot of Q&A from fans for about an hour and 20 minutes or so he'll do. But I really think he's got a really good advice for weightlifting and health for people of all ages. He's probably in his 60s himself. He's an ex-power lifter and all that, but very knowledgeable guy. Very good stuff. Mark,
that was
Starting Strength.
We got Nate. I'm trying to get the comments in here. They're not coming across. But Nate says, I follow the Vince, I guess it would be Gironda training style of approach, and I follow his unique ways of dieting. You guys familiar with him?
Yeah, unique ways of dieting from Vince Gironda. No, because I'm not one of these people that are drawn to complexity. I'm drawn to simplicity, and I think that's why I really enjoy Mark Ripito's, because his stuff is almost insanely simplistic, and his thing is 5s, 3x5, 5x5 type thing. But some of these guys, I'm not gonna say I really dig into too much of all these different people in the fitness industry. I do like Grego Gallagher for like the guys wanting to get shredded and pretty, But Mark Ripito is really good if you're just looking to get strong and just have that man physique, But no, I'm not familiar with Vince Gironda too much. I don't really get into too much complexity, I like to keep it simple.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I like simple, your basic simple type exercises as far as lifting goes. I've done martial arts in the past, so that part of it where the weight training really helped with that. Like for me, I'm 165 pounds and I'm 5'7", which is a great.
You're a little guy, Tony.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
5'7", 165. Now at my peak, I was, and this would be about probably 10 years ago, if that, 9 years ago.
Yeah,
maybe sooner. I was more walking around at about 172, 175. I'm looking for a picture here. I've got pictures of me.
I'm
very lean.
Yeah, I've gotten down under 170 in my late 20s, mid to late 20s. I've gotten under 170 for a trip that I was going on to Puerto Rico, But I'll never do that again.
How tall are you?
6'1".
Yeah, see, you're a big dude, man.
Yeah, 6'3".
Okay, you guys are giants compared to me. Yeah.
Yeah, 6'3", about 175, 180, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
I'm sitting around a nice 200, which I'm happy about.
You're like, I have no problem telling somebody I'm 165. So let me see. You can see that.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Doing good.
Is that you, or is that you?
And I got it, and I'm trying to move it the right way. A sledgehammer in my hand.
Okay, yeah, I see it. Yeah.
That's me at 165. I wonder if I got a picture of me at 175. Oh, wait, you'll like this. Here you go. Let me get it to your boy.
Elliot Hulse. Cool.
Hey, he is.
I have a funny story about him actually. Because
You
I
ever
heard
met him, Gonzo? I went to his gym back in 2015, and I met his coaches, but he wasn't around. He was out of town.
Oh no, I never met him. No, I haven't. I'd like to at some point, but yeah, it's funny because I had a friend I was in middle school. So this was around when I think Elliot was I'm trying to think. I don't think he had just started out, but he was starting to gain some traction. And
yeah,
my friend, we shared this science teacher named Mr. John. And Mr. John, he was an ex-cop, and he was a very stern guy, and he was just known for being very stern, very cold. And my buddy was like, "Man, you need to check out this guy on YouTube. He sounds just like Mr. John, but he's crazy." And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, he's nuts. Look at this guy." And he shows me this video, and it's just Elliot Hulse like expressing, shaking around and all that sort of stuff.
Okay,
And,
okay, that video, yeah.
There's me at 175, just so you guys see. I wanted to show that one picture. That's 175.
Yeah. Do you like being 10 pounds heavier or lighter?
I like being the weight I'm at right now, which is 165. It's just a great weight for me.
Yeah.
It really is. You know.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt your Elliot Hulse story. Go ahead, man.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I was just like, I forget what he calls it, but it's like part of the
bioenergetics, right? Bioenergetics.
Yeah, it's the bioenergetics. But he's shaking around. You know, it's like to get out of your depression by moving. And my friend's laughing. He's like, "Yeah, this guy's nuts. I just watch him because he's nuts." And so I started watching him, and I'm like,
"Be careful when you label somebody as crazy right off the bat." You know what I mean? You can really learn a lot. You can learn a lot.
Well, yeah. You know? And it was funny I know he was watching him because my buddy was getting into bodybuilding and that sort of thing at the time, and I wasn't necessarily at that point, but I started listening to this guy, and I'm like, you know what? No, he has a point. Like this guy's onto something. Yeah. And it was funny because I had never heard of then I don't think the red pill was I don't know when the red pill thing started. I don't know.
It wasn't it wasn't very popular back then. Even if it did exist, it wasn't.
Yeah, I want to say
you're talking around 2010, maybe 2011. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't recall there ever being anything like that at that time. And so Elliot Hulse was like my introduction to that whole thing.
Yeah, same. He got me into sort of Eastern philosophy and with the whole bioenergetic, type thing, and getting into your, breathing into your balls and feeling the bottom of your feet, and it was an introduction for sure, Gonzo.
Yeah, no, and I think it was him I found first, and then there was a point where I weighed about 300 pounds. And I was not feeling great. I was like in the dumps about this whole thing. I felt so stuck, and I just remember I just thought, well, I could just try. I just started walking at one point, and then because again, I don't really remember there being like online communities for this sort of thing, but I remember discovering fasting, and I just discovered that if I didn't eat, or if I just ate one meal, during a short period of time during the day, then I could basically eat anything, and I'd be fine because I was walking so much. And so then that's how I ended up losing 100 pounds or so. And then now we have snake diet.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah. One of my favorite podcasts was Elliot Hulse and Cole Robertson. First time, did you see the first podcast with Cole and Elliot?
That's a great podcast.
It's a great one.
I've
It's
probably seen it. His
it's
name's
as
Cole
good as it
Robertson.
gets.
Don't ring.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Cole Robertson's name don't ring a bell, but I'm sure I've seen the podcast.
Snake Diet Wizard. Snake Diet Wizard.
Diet?
Yeah.
Snake diet. Hey, fatty.
Hey, fatty. Exactly. He screams at the camera. He just stands there like this for about 60 seconds. Hey, fatty. And then he, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cole's great, man. You know, so,
Yeah.
but, yeah, I've, in fact, it's been about not even a month now, but one of the nights I had dinner with, Elliot, and I think who else was there at the table. Steve, the Dean, was sitting next to me, Elliot Halls, and Elliot has got he's just a powerful guy just to be around.
Yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
And let me tell you something. Now, man, you have spent time with Elliot. You said did you go to grounding camp or anything like
No, I
that?
have not, but seeing him through YouTube, it's almost like you know the guy.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, he's that same guy when you meet him.
Yeah.
100%.
I believe it.
100%.
Yeah.
But he's also a joy to be around. He's a genuine guy, but he's very has his strong convictions, which align with mine also.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the speech with him and his father on 21 Studios?
I did, man. That was good. That was good.
Yeah, I was there watching it live, and
Oh,
when I get a chance to watch him live, I do. But the
Uh-huh.
one with his dad was just mind blowing.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
he jumped on his lap. Remember, he jumped on his lap and grabbed his son, said, "I love
That's
you,
right.
man. I
Yeah.
love you."
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Now I walked them right after that speech up to where they do the interview with my brother. So
Okay.
again, I'm speaker escort, speaker liaison. So I bring people to where they have to go. But Elliot
So
and his
he-
dad give
he's
off this
talked about-
incredible energy. Incredible
Yeah.
energy.
He's talked a lot about how he sort of resented his dad in a way years
Mhm.
earlier, you know, for having that straight edge with him when he was growing up, and now he appreciates that, you know.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
But
and
yeah, I did see
I
the
think-
interview maybe about 6 months ago. It was great interview.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well,
speak. Yeah, not an interview.
Yeah, you know what? I even like speech. It's funny because the word speech to me is like I prefer even like interview. I like conversation. My brother kind of goes the same way. I like a conversation with somebody. And then with a speech, I prefer it's almost like a presentation.
Presentation, yeah.
speech
Yeah.
is like too strict.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
presenting you something is what they're doing.
Okay.
You know,
yeah.
I always look at the root word of every word, presentation, speech. You know what I mean? When you look at the root of every word, you kind of get into the word a little bit more.
Into the actual meaning, right?
Yeah. It's just like interviews, you know, interviews I've done with people. I think that I can still have a conversation with somebody. You don't have to have a conversation with somebody and agree with them on everything that they say.
Right.
And so when you talk with people, especially if you're going to be on camera, when you talk with people, just go ahead and speak from your heart, but don't, you know, there's the worst thing you can do is somebody that's pandering, like a lot of these politicians,
Yeah.
you know, change their accent or something like that.
Depending on who they're talking to.
Yeah. Yeah. Be truthful, and,
Right.
and kind of, you know, go with the flow, but also
Be
control.
willing to learn something. Be willing
Yeah.
to learn.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
into conversations willing to learn from people, whether you may or may not think you will agree with them or not. You know, you can
Yeah.
always take pieces of wisdom from people because people come from so many different types of backgrounds, and you know, it's a good way to learn.
Yeah.
With me doing interviews or conversations with people, one thing that I've noticed that actually just blows my mind is that when I get a real rush when I'm speaking with somebody and they pause and say, you know what, that's a great question. To me, you're doing exactly what you should do. Because when you're talking with somebody and you're not following what they're saying, it's not going to flow. So when you're receiving them properly, what comes out of here is going to, it's going to trigger them or spark something in them that normally maybe they might not be. Like with Jesse Lee Peterson, he called me a slut maker. He's like, slut maker, are you a sex maker? And then I'm sure he laughed. I think Joel was over sitting there in the back, and then he said one thing that
he
Jesse
laughed, but he meant every bit of it.
Yeah, Chris, did you see that interview or whatever I had with Jesse?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay, and he said one thing. Jesse said, he's like, I used to be a major slut maker, and I don't think I've ever heard him say that before. And I've watched a lot of his content, so I hope I got a little something out of him that nobody else could, or he felt comfortable with me to say that.
Sure, yeah.
So for me to go ahead.
I was just saying he doesn't bring it up all the time, but I know he does because sometimes people call in the show and they'll say I had kids out of wedlock and stuff, and I'll hear him occasionally. He'll talk about it, but he had children out of wedlock, and so he knows exactly what that pain is, and so I don't hear him bring that kind of thing up all the time, but yeah.
It's like things that are personal to people. You don't always have to bring those up.
Yeah.
Like if somebody wants to tell you something, and to me, that's usually a trust factor. Like if somebody wants to bring something up on here, that's great. If they don't, hey, that's great too. But I think it's a trust factor when it comes to telling things about yourself. I think there's things you should tell about yourself. And I think there's things that, it's okay. It's okay to let them die.
Yeah.
I don't think you should live on fucking Groundhog Day. In other words, keep reliving these painful experiences, or people that will, I'm going to tell you this because I don't want you to go through it. Well, maybe I don't like talking about that. You see what I'm saying? So there's people that like transparency is okay, I think sometimes, but there's also things that you need to let them die. There's things, everybody has something in their life you need to just let die. Just go away. I don't need to bring it up. I don't need to teach about it. I don't need to tell anybody my experience. But also, if you're in a public position, whether you're a YouTube creator, man, you're a YouTube creator, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's things that you're going to say, I don't need to tell that to everybody in the world.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah.
Am I right? I mean, what's the point?
Every time you open your mouth, every time I open my mouth, that's something that crosses my mind. I don't need to say that,
Yeah. Nate says your own personal lessons in life. And that's true, Nate. Also, Nate is 6'7" and 130 kilograms. So 130 kilograms is 2.2. So that's a big boy. Wow. 6'7", 130. What's that? 6'7", probably. So that's Jesus.
Actually, I think the only other person I can think of who's that tall is Doug TenNapel.
So 6'7" has got to be 275. 275. Wow. Yeah, big boy. Right on, Nate. Cheers. Are you guys reading the chat at all? I don't know if you can see it.
No,
I do. I have it pulled up.
Let's see. Click on it. Did I lose y'all?
No, you're here.
No.
Yeah, I'll have to figure this out later. I'm gonna download this. I'm gonna download StreamYard so I can go live on my channel. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You can go live anywhere. And in fact, if you get I think the first month for free, I think you get the premium for like a month for free. And then it's only you pay for a year up front and it's $20 a month.
Yeah. I just want to engage with people. I'm not the most into just making a random video by myself, just speaking to a camera. But
Yeah.
I do like to engage with people in the comment sections. People like what we're doing tonight. You know, it's the first time I've been on live with anybody. So yeah, so I enjoy that a lot more than just talking to the camera. You know.
Yeah, when you can have that feedback and the back and forth.
Right.
Yeah.
You just-
And
different topics.
how easy was it for you to get on, both of you guys? Simple.
Oh, very
Easy as it
easy.
could be. Right.
Google Plus, Google Hangouts, that stuff used to be a pain in the arse.
Yeah, yeah, Google Hangouts, Skype, all that. In fact, I did my interview with AMS on Skype, and luckily it came out pretty good. There wasn't too many blips. One thing I noticed about here is nobody has any buffering going on. It's all pretty clean. You know what I mean? As far as the audio.
It's very clean, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
How often do you do these live streams, Tony?
This is actually, I did one on Thursday night, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do them every Thursday night, and I'm going to call it, and what I called it was It's All About You, which means I can have up to 10 people. You know, I think at the most we had tonight, I think we had 6 on, which was kind of cool. You know, so just building basically a YouTube model, which I don't think a lot of people do this. You know, when I see somebody, what I'll do is, like, when somebody hits that link I put in there, they're going to come down in here, and then basically I click on them and it says, you know, add to the live stream. So I add you, but I can mute you. I can do whatever I want, you know? Nice. So it's kind of a cool platform. I do have my iPhone watching the live YouTube. Okay. And then I have my MacBook here on StreamYard, but this is streaming live to YouTube. So it's a great, easy platform. You're on Instagram, right?
Yeah.
So if you need anything, message me there. Okay. And I'll help you with it, whatever. You know, it's
great.
It's
cool, man.
It's retardedly easy. And you know, I don't care if that's not politically correct, but it is. It's flawless. It's seamless. It works well. You can add people, mute people, do what you want. But I thought a cool YouTube business model was to go ahead and just put the link in the chat, man. Jump in. Period.
Right.
Yeah. Just see what happens.
And I didn't. I'm going to give the credit where the credit is due. And the
Unless
credit,
you got 500 guys trying to join into the live stream, and then it's
and that's okay too. But as it grows, maybe we will. But then I can pick and choose. But watching, are you guys? I think I asked you. Are you familiar with MGTOW Dictionary? I'm sure they're on right now.
Yeah,
but
I'm not familiar with them. But I'm subbed. So
okay, these guys are as savage as it gets. I actually love their show. Love it. But that's where I got the basic model. Because they'll let anybody come in.
Nice.
And check if you're a troll or whatever like that. But it's again, I think I told you it's a black pill channel, I think, or a MGTOW. Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm kind of combining MGTOW and black pill. I'm kind of seeing I'm not quite sure. I mean, you know, when I was talking to Shawn Smith, I had told him at one point, I guess you could call me a MGTOW because I'm happy how I am. I date women, okay, but I don't want a relationship right now. Not interested in one, but I also enjoy the company of women. So maybe you can call me a purple pill MGTOW. And the reason I say purple pill is because I actually enjoy the company of women, okay? But there's a difference. I'm a gentleman around a woman, but I am not a pushover around a woman by any means at all. Okay? So I think some red pill philosophies will teach you that anything for the explicit fulfillment or to lift up a woman in any way, you are pushed to that blue pill or purple pill.
Right.
You're the purple guy.
Right.
You know?
Right. I think you have to sort of filter through a lot of those types of things whenever you you can quickly get labeled by something really quick, and it's really funny. It's really funny.
Yeah.
Your brother touches a lot on that.
Yeah. I had a great talk with Zach Hunter Drew. It was the one before Jesse, and we talk about labels. But we talked a lot about labels with Dr. Shawn Smith. And you know Dr. Shawn Smith?
Yeah, I've seen him on Rich's show, I believe.
Okay, yeah. Well, he did a show with me not too long ago that's doing it's doing very well on 21 Studios. But Shawn is just he's just such a smart guy, such a logical guy, such a genuine guy.
Yeah.
He even had said in the stream, he's like, well, they're trying to push me over to the purple team. He said over there. And which is kind of funny, for him to say that. But also philosophies, whether it's dating philosophy, red pill philosophy, the word philosophy itself means you're searching. You're searching for truth. You're searching for wisdom.
Yeah.
So all philosophies should, this is my opinion. I don't give a fuck what anybody says, but this is my opinion. As far as philosophies go, I find a philosophy hard to follow or to understand unless they have a end goal. In other words, what's your purpose? What is the end goal? To be angry at the end? To give me an end goal. And that's what I'm trying to find out right now.
Have you studied Eastern philosophy?
A little bit.
They do not have an end goal. So it's funny you say that.
Yeah.
Well, I find that interesting too, because like I recently got in a conversation with some other people, and they were talking about like they asked me if I thought there was such a thing as necessary evil, and I said no, I don't believe in necessary evil. And then this guy was like, well, what if a cop came by and there was somebody was like open firing on a crowd, and the cop shoots this guy. Yeah, and he's like, so wouldn't that be necessary evil? And I said, well, what you're talking about is killing, and killing is not murder per se. They're two different things. And so if you can kill an animal and eat it, and that's not the same thing as murder. And so you can't really equate these things. I mean, you'd have to go back and look at the definition of murder and things like that. It depends on how you define it. But
is that sort of like the polarity where you can't have good without evil? You can't have
Well, then this other guy comes in, and he is like, well, if y'all want to know about this subject, you should read Hobbes and Rousseau. And I'm like, what? Because I'm not sure if you guys know, but Hobbes, this philosopher, he believed in a body politic to control everything. The body politic makes all the decisions for the people. And Rousseau believed that men are inherently not evil. There's not a shred of evil in man's heart. That's what he believed.
Okay.
And I believe both of those guys writing ended up starting horribly bloody revolutions. And the same thing with Marx, with communism. So but see, all those guys say the end result is great. They say, we get this utopia. We have all these amazing things happen.
But one thing this is the key to their philosophy is that the reason maybe people will latch onto it because they gave you an end goal. In other words, okay, we're going to tell you that it's going to be utopia. It's going to be beautiful because we're telling you it's going to be like this. Right. That's the part that bothers me not bothers me, but it's the part where I search it. I don't have anybody that claims to be MGTOW, black pill, red pill, blue pill, purple. Well, let's face it, nobody's going to claim to be blue pill or purple pill. but people will jump on the red pill or black pill. So tell me what your end goal is. What's your
solution? What's the solution?
What's the solution to what's going on?
Yeah.
I have nothing against. There's so many corners of the manosphere, which I get it. I
They
know a
have
lot.
time and place.
I know a lot of these guys personally, some of the biggest names too.
Yeah.
But I have nothing against what they teach, but I don't like the fact that I don't want to say, how do I say this? I'll say like Jesse says it, not all, but most won't hold themselves accountable for what the mistakes they've made in their life. It's like guys will complain about a woman. Okay, well, here's the leash. Okay. And I'm not saying this in a bad way with a woman about a leash, but you're going to take shit. You're going to take shit. You're going to take shit. Now you're letting that leash out longer and longer. Okay. So it's just like with a dog, how much leash will that dog take? As much as you give them.
As much as you give it. Yeah.
As much as you give them. So I'm holding myself accountable for letting that leash out.
Steve talks a lot about that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Steve talks a lot about that.
Yeah.
You know,
and it has nothing to do. I'm not disrespectful toward women. I appreciate women. I really do.
It's about respecting yourself.
It's about respecting yourself.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I agree with you 100%. I see what you're saying. Completely.
Yeah.
Nate, jump in there, Gonzo, jump in there, man. I'm gonna use the bathroom, boys. Jump in there.
Oh, dope. I mean, I'm just trying to think.
Is a lot of this new to you, Gonzo, or what?
No. I'm just thinking about a lot of things.
To hear some of these guys at 22.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I'm blown away. Well, it was just total luck because like tonight I just showed up here and I just saw that the stream was happening and he dropped the link in there and I'm like, you know what, I might just do this.
Yeah.
Because normally I just lurk and I just watch all these guys.
Who do you take interest in? Who are some people that you enjoy?
People actually here. Let me go to my YouTube real quick and let me check out the sub box because I do check in with a lot of people here and there. But I like when he uploads, I like the Snake Guy, Cole Robinson. We were talking about Elliot Hulse earlier. Lately I found this guy Anthony Brian Logan. He's a conservative commentator, news guy. And I follow a lot of different people just to see what's going on because I don't really subscribe to any particular news outlet for my news. I don't really like the news.
Yeah, same. I kind of just observe all news outlets. I just observe them. You know, I don't take anything to as facts when I see the news nowadays.
Yeah, exactly.
I just kind of observe the news and kind of take it for how I see it.
Pretty much. See, I follow Dennis Prager, and obviously Jesse Lee Peterson, and James, amazing, and Hake as well. Hake and Jesse.
The Hake news, not the fake news.
The fake news, and let's see, obviously George Bruno.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you guys have maybe you've heard of him before.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm trying to think. Terrence K. Williams. He's great.
Okay. Yeah.
And yeah, just a lot of people here and there. I used to really dig this Aaron Clary as well. I used to watch him a lot.
Okay.
Not so much anymore, but yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anybody else. But yeah, that's mostly who I'm following these days.
I follow a lot of people. A lot. I don't necessarily follow everybody that I like.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Some people, even though I'm subscribed to their channel, it's kind of like I want to hear what they have to say. I can take other people's opinions, but I don't always take them to heart. or somebody's philosophy.
Sure.
Me, again, that's why I've been doing a series on dating coaches and life coaches. And you guys familiar with Bulldog mindset?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've very recently, yeah.
Yeah, I had a fun talk with him about a month or so ago. This week I got Coach Greg, Coach Greg Adams?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I got Coach Greg Adams this week, so that's going to be a riot. So
You
I met
have him upcoming?
Sorry?
You got him coming up on the show?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You haven't had him on before.
Yeah. What's that? I'm sorry.
I said you haven't had him on the show before, though, right?
No. I've got a lot of them. I'm going to have pretty much whoever. I don't know. I don't want to say whoever I want, but most anybody will come on and chat with me for an hour or so.
Yeah. I'll be sure to keep an eye out and tune in.
Yeah. Hopefully this will be, for me, this was just kind of a Halloween thing. It's like, whatever, I'm just chilling. I was going to hand out. I worked all day and told my brother, hey, I want to do a live and just jump on, so it's not really practice. It's just getting to know everybody, creating a tribe, dude. I mean, that's to me, it's real important.
Yeah.
It is. So, but Thursday nights at 8:00 is going to be the regular time. It was my second one this Thursday night. And I usually don't leave them on. I'll probably leave this one on because it's been fun, where Ivan jumped in, my brother jumped in. There's Anthony Velasquez, flags out this week, Patriots only, others welcome. So I think it's a kind of a cool platform and a cool business model, YouTube business model, we'll call it, where throw the link in the chat, and whoever wants to jump in and talk, hey man, come on.
That's the best way to do it. That's the best way to do it.
Yeah, it's pretty open.
Especially until you get 500 guys trying to join in at one time. That's the best way to do it.
Yeah, and you know what? If that's what it has to be, I'm okay with that too. If that's what it grows to, I'm good with that,
Yeah, sure.
I'm also going to look at the guys that are here right now at the beginning of this little venture.
Yeah.
My little channel last year that had 20 subscribers, I'm happy and I'm proud and I'm thankful and I'm grateful to have 1,110 subscribers now in less than a year. My goal was to have 1,000 in a year. That was my goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Oh, it's just gonna go up from here.
Yeah.
And you did it right too, because when I got started doing podcasting and art and whatever, I was afraid of being political. Like earlier we were talking about, how it's kind of takes a lot of courage or guts or whatever to sit up here and talk about all these things. But like when I got started, I was of the mindset that I'm just not going to be involved with any of this politics stuff. I'm just going to sit and make my art, and it's going to be what it is. And I just realized I started to get this feeling that I was being like a total coward about it. And I'm like, well, I don't have to share my opinions, right? Like I don't have to. I'm not obligated. And then I realized I'm like, I really should be defending some of these things. I really feel like I should be discussing them at the very least. I shouldn't be afraid of it. Right. And what happened was eventually I started the Gonzo School thing, and pretty much as soon as I started that, then everything kind of fell apart. And that's why I asked about everybody's careers earlier, is because I'm an artist, and personally I don't know, I can't think of hardly any artists that share viewpoints, and most of the artists that I know personally are they're on the left, and
and
and that's
maybe you can't find any conservative artists that share their views, but I know there's a lot of artists on the left that definitely share their views for sure.
But it's very alienating to an extent, because it's like, and it's funny because it's like I am totally willing to have a conversation with people and stuff, and like I'm not going to judge anybody for because I mean, I was there too. Like, I grew up in a Democrat household, hardcore. You know, my mom went through the education system because she was a teacher. And when you're a teacher, they really beat that into you. Like,
Yeah.
you become afraid of race relations. You become afraid of all these things. And so that kind of distilled down to me. And,
well, this is where we are with
yeah.
your generation. I mean, this is where we're at. You know.
Well, yeah. But
Gonzo, you were raised by a single mom?
Yep.
So
well, mostly, yeah.
You know what I got? You know what I'm saying next, right? Did you forgive your mother?
I did. You know what? That was the most amazing thing that happened this year. As I will say, because
where's your dad? Where's your dad?
My dad, he's in Arizona. I forgave him too just recently. I hadn't talked to him in 10 years. And what happened is I found, I'm trying to think how it happened. The YouTube algorithm was very weird. It did a weird quirk. It was very funny. I was watching somebody, I think it was like Patriot Nurse or somebody I was just listening to in the background while I was working on something, and YouTube auto played to a random Yahoo interview with this guy named Jesse Peterson. And I'm like, what's it? And he's just like, you know, and he's like, yeah, I grew up on the plantation and all this stuff. And, you know, racism isn't real. And I have this show called The Fallen State, and I see, and he's on there with Ben Shapiro. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be interesting. And so I checked out The Fallen State, and I'm like, this guy is amazing.
Yeah.
Like, and I had never heard anybody say that concept of, you know, forgive your mother and return to your father and all that stuff. And I realized at that point, because I had struggled being angry at my mother for forever. I knew I was angry. I was so angry because she had traumatized me.
That broken homes run so deep. It affects kids on so many levels, and it's deep. You know what I mean? I mean, you know firsthand.
I mean, it was really bad. Like, I mean,
we could spend days talking about the effects of it, and it's important. It's important that you address them. You know. And I think that's what a lot of guys on the show and on what most of the guys out here are trying to do is help people address those things. You know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's why I'm just so happy to see, you know, these conversations and to see this flourishing like it is, because then yeah, like, so that's what happened. But like this year, that's why this year has been great, because everybody, you know, I know everybody's going to say 2020 was the nightmare year. It was the worst year ever. But let me tell you, so I called up my mom and I forgave her for everything. And I just felt better. And then I hadn't talked to my dad in 10 years because I guess I was angry at him too. But I knew why. It all made sense to me. It was because, you know, my mom had turned me away from him, and she'd said all these things, and some of them may have been true. But she said these things like, you know, like he was a failure and you're going to be exactly like him. She would say things like that.
It's like clockwork, huh, Tony? It's like clockwork.
Yeah.
It's like every situation is 95% the same. You know?
It's pretty, crazy.
It's pretty wild. But go ahead, Gonzo.
Well, yeah, no, I mean that's it. So I mean, I was afraid, I was terrified to call him, but I did, and I really wasn't, like, I don't know why I was afraid, but I guess it was just because it had been so long, and you know,
pride. Yeah, pride. It's a
but you know that, you know, I think what people forgiveness is not to make the other person feel better. When you forgive somebody, it's going to help you. If they take it or not, that's up to them. You know, I would imagine it's the hardest thing in the world to say, you know, I've done this where I say, okay, I forgive my mom, but I also think my mom and dad are still alive and thriving. My mom is 79. My dad's 84. They live 18 miles south of me. two real, just vibrant people at their age. Okay. Which I don't even like saying at their age, because I don't look at my mom or my mom being 79, my dad being 84. I just don't look at them like that. They do what they do. They enjoy their life. But for me to even think of forgiving my mom, and I truly don't think that she has done anything to harm me. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I grew up in that traditional family where all my mom had to say, and I talked to Jesse about this, was wait until your father gets home. That's it.
Same. I grew up in the same
Damn
household,
thing.
Tony.
There was absolutely nothing else she had to say.
That was it.
Period. Wait until your dad gets home. You can talk to him.
I'm glad to have been raised in that type of household. Even being born in '87, it was even still sort of a rare thing to have a family sit around at dinner together. Growing up, even at my age, it was very, very rare to see that. But yeah, I grew up in a similar environment where it was like, if I have to call your dad, you're gonna get it when he gets home. She didn't have to say a whole lot more than that. But yeah, there's times where my mama called me, and like I said, my parents have been together forever, and she'll call me, and I'll have to say, look, I don't want to hear about that right now. I love you very much, but I don't want to talk about that. I have to check her. At times I have to say, hey, I don't want to talk about this. I know how you feel about it, but this is where I stand. These are my boundaries. So yeah, it's an interesting thing. Even when you do, your parents are together, you still have to handle some of that.
Mm-hmm.
I align with Jesse on a lot of things where he says that at about 3 years old is when the mother really loses control of the child, because the child is really starting to come on his own. He can start to think for himself. He can start. So that family structure, and you're 33, right?
Yeah.
You're 33. So it's rare even at 33 to still have that family structure.
Okay.
It's very rare. I mean, you still have that family structure.
Yeah.
And it's
very
important.
much so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no knock on you, but the fact that you did say, you did forgive your mother. What did your mother say when you said, I forgive you, Mom?
Well, you know what? It was really interesting because I guess I kind of have to give a little bit of background because so what ended up happening was I had sort of detached from my mom a while back, and because I was living there, I was in school, I was doing all this stuff, and it was a terrible time. I think it was around like 2016, somewhere around there. She ended up gambling away most of the money. She had just gone on a spree and she'd gambled away most of the money, and she came to me asking me for money, and I didn't have a job.
What do you mean most of the money?
Like most of the money for rent and to eat.
Oh.
Yeah, like all of that.
Were you near Vegas or somewhere?
Actually, yeah, we were living in Vegas.
Oh, well, that's just a guess. Okay.
Wow. But you were 100% spot on. But yeah, and she'd gone out gambling, and she came to asking me for money, and I had just started freelancing, and so I like barely had any money, but she's like, I want your money. And I was like, I kind of don't trust you with my money. And I gave her a little bit of money and stuff like that, and it kind of worked out, but I had it in the back of my mind. I'm like, I got to get out of here. This is so terrible. And yeah, well, like my mom she has bipolar disorder and all this stuff too. And so it's, and
How
she was just,
How old's your mom?
She is, I think right now she's like 58 or no.
Okay. So she's
yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah. And so,
22.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we subtract that. So your mom was in her late 30s when she had you.
Yeah,
correct?
somewhere around there.
Okay.
Yeah.
34, 35. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, yeah. And so that had happened. And I ended up moving in with a friend of mine who was also an artist, and he was a voiceover artist. And we decided we were going to get into audiobooks and we were going to do all this stuff. And
What do you do as an artist? I'm going to interrupt you real quick.
You know, I do a little bit of everything. I kind of don't know where to start with all that stuff, but I'm a painter. I paint, and I'll also do. Lately, I've been getting into like 3D artwork and game development and that sort of thing.
I think you have to ask now, because I think when people say artist, you automatically think of paintings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So many people can be a music artist or a sculpture artist or whatever.
Well,
Yeah.
the reason I asked that because you said your friend does, what'd you say, voiceover or
voiceover? Yeah.
Yeah. So to me, that's voice isn't voice is an artist. You can be a voice, like you say, voiceover, read audiobooks, do whatever. So.
Yeah. And I've been doing voiceover. I did music production. I mean, I still do, but I was doing that at the time. I was really focusing on making audio dramas and that sort of thing, and doing audiobooks. And my friend at the time, he got really into, he was just getting started, and so I was telling him about equipment and stuff and how to do it. And he just got started from nothing, and I ended up staying with his family for a while, which was a huge shock to me because, of course, I'd only known my family. And what I didn't know that I was getting into was that he was in an even more broken family because he was raised by a single mother, and they'd had a history of multiple abusive husbands in the the parent line of things, and it was really nasty, really terrible.
In and out and whatnot.
Yeah, and and his mom was a lesbian. And lesbian, and she ended up getting married just for she got married to somebody just for the kids and stuff like that, and not because of the relationship. And it got nasty. Like, just long story short, it got nasty, obviously, and everything went terribly wrong. But I ended up living with them for a while I was trying to figure out my life, and it was around that time when I started losing the weight and I started doing all that stuff. But I got started with voiceover, and I was doing painting at that time as well. But I was really trying to focus on voiceover, and I don't even. I
see where you'd be a voiceover artist. You do have a you have an interesting voice, an interesting inflection in your voice. So
I don't know. I mean, it's it's interesting because, like, I don't know. I kind of want. It's always something I've wanted to do, but I ended up kind of doing a semi-retirement on that for a while. But it's a long story. I don't even know how we got here, but I live with them, and basically the long story short is I realized at that point, that's kind of where I really started to see the anger, because I realized that this family that I was living with they were very angry, and they would talk about all these terrible things that had happened to them, and they were reliving it every single day. And it was just a huge drag to be around.
I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah. And
if people could learn that your thoughts are not your own, that's a real important lesson.
Hold every thought captive, truly.
That's right.
And these guys were depressed, and this is where it gets really bad, but they all went vegan. And because they decided,
just went bad.
Here's where it gets bad or funny.
This is
it's funny. I had to run over a couple times. I've got a big rack of ribs in the oven right now that have been in there at 170 now forever. So, the vegan thing that'll trigger me in a rough.
Yeah. Well, see, at the time I was like, oh yeah, this is healthy. Yeah, this is no, this is the thing, man, I feel so bad. I guess I should just eat the healthiest diet that we were meant to eat. And so actually, and it was very successful because I lost about 100 pounds. I also gave myself a terrible set of nutrient deficiencies, and I developed a terrible like I got a what do you call that? I got SI joint pain. I messed up my back, and I got arthritis in my left toe. It was like, let me tell you, like I know some people, depending on their past diet, they can survive being vegan for a long time. But I think just depending on that, and depending on your genetics, it can mess you up very quickly. Because within the course of a year, I went from being kind of, I was like overweight and I had problems with that, to all of a sudden now I can barely walk. I go into the doctor and I'm like, Doc, please, what's going on? They do an x-ray of my toe and they say, you have arthritis. And I'm like, what? At 20? And he's like, yeah.
You didn't
I'm like,
realize at the time that it's arthritis is just inflammation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and they just, and he told me basically you just have to live with it, but it gets better, because then he's like, well, just try some orthotics, that'll make it better. And I was so hopeless. I was depressed. I was like suicidal, the whole 9 yards. It was like it was the nastiest time.
Nate in the chat says do the opposite to what mainstream suggests, and I have to kind of agree with them on that, because mainstream is it's like it's Gonzo, as you're talking to, it's like the food pyramid is the biggest lie there is. The eat the your bread, how about eat meat, drink water, be friggin' healthy, period. I mean, that we wonder why people talk about meat shortages now, and if people don't think that's part of the plan, well, that's part of the plan, is the meat shortage.
The guy Mark Ripito, Mark Ripito I was telling y'all about, he says veganism is a mental disorder.
Yeah. Yeah,
it really is. It's part of this cult mindset thing. Well, and also, this family I was living with, my friend, he was kind of sharing, sort of, I was becoming more and more conservative as things went on, but he started to believe these things like, oh, these gender stereotypes are outdated and all these sorts of things. And it was just a real mess. The whole thing was just a huge mess. I got super sick. The doctors were like, we can't do anything for you. You're just going to have to live with it. I was in so much pain. I couldn't walk anywhere, and it was hell. And I couldn't even make my art. I couldn't write. I was so mentally foggy. I swear.
That's from the vegan diet, right?
Yeah. I was on a vegan diet. It was a strict vegan diet. I tried everything. Believe me.
Let me ask you a question. This is what I've never understood about vegan and vegetarian. Why do they want all their shit to taste like meat?
Yes.
Why do we have a vegan burger or a vegetarian burger that tastes like meat? Because you want it to taste like meat, because you need meat. You need that type of protein. The Impossible Burger at Burger King tastes like a regular Whopper. Well, just eat a regular Whopper. Why?
And those things are made out of soy.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
it's soy products.
I can tell you that there's no soy in this house. And I mean, you look at the mayonnaise that people eat. I don't care.
Yeah.
I did a video probably 10 videos back about soy. And I went over it in depth and did a lot of research on it. It's a 15-minute video with me talking. When you start looking at where there is soy, you cannot believe it. Even in a package of meatballs this still shocked me. Like, it's been 6-8 months ago where I had bought these meatballs. When I got home, there was soy protein in meatballs they're raw, but they added the soy. Even as far as like surimi, which is fake crab meat, there was soy. I found one brand that doesn't. So I'm the guy, like today, when I was shopping, even though I pretty much go around the outside, I get my mushrooms, my onions, I get my mango juice right here, which I'm drinking. Earlier, it had a little vodka in it, but I go around but I still like to check everything that has soy in it. And
Same.
and
Yeah,
again,
I do the
when
same
you look
thing.
when you look at the ingredients, of course, the main ingredients are along the top, and that's kind of like the percentage. But you start realizing how much soy is in everything. Every processed food has soy. Every one.
Yeah, just about.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Every ice cream that you think says ice cream on the shelf, and I like ice cream. There's this one brand called. I can buy a little. It's a little. What is it? A pint tub of it. No, it's made with cream, milk. It's made. There is no
Cream,
soy.
milk, and sugar.
Yeah, and you look at the rest. Like you look at. I don't care if it's Ben and Jerry's, Breyers, any brand. You're going to see it says ice cream, but the third ingredient is soy milk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I went
It's
to my local ice cream place that I really have been enjoying their ice cream. And I said, does this flavor has soy? And she says, well, let me go see. Let me go check. She comes back. She says, all of them have soy except for these 2 flavors.
Yeah.
And I said 2 flavors out of like 30 has
Yeah.
soy. So, yeah, I just was completely blown by that because their ice cream is delicious, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Even
But,
I searched every mayonnaise on the shelf that's in the aisle. Around
oil.
the deli section, what I use is Primal Kitchen. It's made with avocado oil. Now, even when you look at like your olive oil mayonnaise, the main base oil, all mayonnaise is oil and eggs, but the main base is soybean oil. I mean, I can tell you that I believe that Duke's used to not be made with soybean oil, but it is 100% made with soybean oil now. Duke's, which is a great mayonnaise, will not use that. I use Primal Kitchen or Kensington's.
Yeah.
No soy. None.
Yeah.
I'm going to eliminate the soy. I go to the doctor every 6 months and get blood work. I just had blood work. My free testosterone is through the roof. It's fantastic. At 57 to go up to gain 50 points in your test in 6 months is fantastic. So
okay, and you attribute that from removing soy?
No, it's not that I ate. So I attribute that from being active, healthy, eating a shit ton of meat.
Okay.
Yeah. And I will say, just the vegan brainwashing is very interesting because when I was with that family, right, I remember one thing that the mother was saying was something like, I don't know why everybody is so worried about soy because it's just a bean. No, it's fine. It's just a bean. And I'm like, huh. But see, that's the thing, is that most of these people who are vegans just casually, that is what their faith is based on, is when they hear these sorts of things and they believe it. And I know, because I believed it. It was like, oh yeah, sure, it's common sense. It's just a bean. How could it be bad? Yeah. And then later on, I learned about phytic acid and all these things, and they just pull all the minerals out of your body. There's the, aside the estrogen concerns and everything like that.
Yeah, that's the main thing, is the estrogen concerns, I think, for most people.
Soy binds to estrogen receptors in your body. Mm-hmm. So the receptors are what brings that estrogen buildup into your body. And guys who drink like soy milk and soy lattes and all that, all it does, it's helping to deplete your natural testosterone is what it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, and
Dr.
I got
Anthony J. Dr. Anthony J. might be somebody y'all want to look into. He talks a lot about that. He's got a book called Estrogeneration, in case y'all would be interested.
Yeah, I've heard of
Estrogeneration by Dr. Anthony J.
Yeah, I saw a podcast with him on. Have you heard of Dr. Ken Berry?
No.
He was on. He's great. He does. He's a carnivore doctor, but he talks about all these different things. But he did a podcast with him recently.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, the estrogen stuff is really scary. But it's funny too. All right, so with the arthritis thing, right? So I was like so hopeless with all this stuff. I had gotten to a point where within a year, I had developed what they were going to diagnose me as inflammatory bowel disease, which is basically just a disease. We don't know what this is. We're just your bowel's inflamed and we don't know why. And that's the disease. And you have it.
It's from the vegan diet.
It is. And I know it is. And it was funny, right? Because they were going to diagnose you, right? Because they did they scoped me. All right. So at 20, they scoped me. Right. They did the sigmoidoscopy. And they were like, we see lesions down here. Let's do the full colonoscopy. And I was like, oh.
A colonoscopy at 22 is incredible.
Yeah.
That you should even have to have that.
At 20.
At 20. Yeah.
And it was absurd. And so I was like, huh. And the one thing they told me is they said, oh, maybe just lower your fiber a little bit. Because everybody's like saying you got to have high
fiber. Fiber is another one. That's fiber. Fiber is the biggest bullshit there is.
Yep.
Add fiber to your diet. Fiber is sawdust. That's all it is. No shit. It's going to make you shit. Okay, because your body's trying to get rid of it.
Get rid of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Fiber is not a healthy thing. Fiber, people always say, oh, fiber. Fiber helps you shit because it's sawdust and your body wants to get rid of it as soon as possible.
Yeah.
It scrapes your colon.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure both you guys sound like you're kind of on the carnivore keto lifestyle, right? Both you guys?
I eat a lot of carbs, but my carbs consist of white rice, potatoes, sweet and white potatoes, and pasta. And
okay.
Fruit.
All right.
But
all
I
right.
do eat carbs.
Yeah. I eat carbs too, but I also eat good carbs. To me, my good carbs are mushrooms. Like you said, I'm not a fan of sweet potatoes, but I'll eat them. I'll have broccoli occasionally, olives, asparagus. That's kind of where I call it.
Yeah.
Do I eat bread? I'm Italian. I love bread, but I don't eat bread. Yeah. Beer, I gave up 2 years ago. When I say beer, I mean like super hoppy beers. I'm a craft beer guy. I made beer for years.
The hops are estrogenic too, right?
Absolutely. That's where I was going with it. Absolutely. That's hot. The craft beers, the guys that are the hipsters that, have the hipster with the beard and the flannel shirt and the saddlebags on his side. That's from it's depleting estrogen, all the hops. Mm-hmm. So I knocked that out about 2 years ago. So
yeah, same. I don't drink much beer.
Yeah,
that stuff will mess you up.
At all.
Yeah, if I'm gonna drink, I have a little vodka or something like that, and I don't drink much alcohol. I say I have a drink. When I say much, every other night. Like tonight, I had 2 small drinks. Now I'm drinking mango juice again. So
yeah. Well, fellas, I think I'm gonna head on out on that note.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Well, I appreciate your time, dude. And again, I'm going to do this on. Again, this was just a Halloween thing, just something to do. My brother wanted to come on for a bit. We wore some masks, had a good time. I'm going to be doing this on Thursdays at 8:00. So
I'll be sure to chime in.
Yeah. So
all right, Tony.
I appreciate you, and your official name is Man. We're just going to call you Man.
That works with me. I'll reveal my real name another day.
No problem. I like it,
all right,
man.
Gonzo.
I appreciate your time.
All right.
Cheers, man. I'll check out your channel.
Well, cool, Gonzo. What'd you think, man? It's me and you.
This has been fantastic. This has been insane. This is the last thing that I expected to happen tonight.
Well, good, man. I'm glad you were here, and I think you're a very intelligent dude for 22 years old, man. I think you have a lot to offer, and it's been a good time. And don't be afraid, and feel free to speak up at any time. I gotta ask you a question. What did you think about Ivan when he jumped on?
Oh, I mean, that was insane. It was insanely awesome.
Okay.
Again, just like his his command of the English language
It's incredible. I'm glad you said that. Yeah. Yeah.
No, it's and I mean just hearing him speak, I'm like, this guy has had to overcome a lot. I can just hear it.
Yeah.
In everything he says, and the whole thing about, I don't have pity for people. It's like, I know exactly why.
When Ivan speaks, there's always a me and him, on it'd be about a month ago, but we sat on Tuesday morning from probably 11 to about 3 at a table in the hotel lobby.
Mm-hmm.
And he had said the same thing, because when he talks, he induces a incredible thinking mechanism in your brain. So when he pauses and he waits for you to say something, I think what's happening is most people will have to take the time to process what he said. Am I right on that?
Oh yeah, I mean, I already want to go back and I want to like re-listen to what he said, because I'm like, what did he? I want to hear that again.
Yeah. Well, he's going to actually, we were supposed to do a podcast. It would be last weekend, but he's actually, Ivan's in Colorado is where he is. So, but we're going to do a podcast on when is violence necessary. So
that'll be
I
very
think you'll
interesting.
really enjoy that. He has to have closed captioning, obviously. So that's why it was like, when people understand that he's deaf, if you pause your sentences and you respond to him, he can see him almost live. You know what I'm saying? There's a slight delay. But Ivan is somebody that when he speaks, you really want to listen. And he one thing about him, though, he will want you to engage, always to engage in the conversation. But I think people tend to pause a little bit after he speaks because you're still processing. And I've known him for a few years, so that's kind of the way it's been with me. And we're lucky to have, Mr. Swift. I don't think you're familiar with Mr. Swift at all, are you?
No. Like, where can I find him?
Just look up Mr. Swift on Twitter.
Mr. Swift. Okay.
Yeah. And on Instagram.
Mr. Swift. Yeah. I'll go ahead and check him out. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I've subscribed to more channels in one night.
His name is Praetorian Swift.
Praetorian Swift. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll check him out. Yeah. No, because he seems very interesting.
He's absolutely intense.
Yeah. I have, he reminds me of, this year I talked to, I have a friend associate, he's a Cold War veteran. And I interviewed him this year for a podcast that I'll have out at some point. But he was, we were talking about his books and stuff, because he writes horror novels. And but the guy just has the most intense past, and just all these horrible things, because he was in Germany, and there was all this talk about what's Russia doing and what's going on, and he was constantly surrounded by special weapons and all these things. And very nihilistic. He was a very nihilistic, and he was just talking about how that had been beaten into him from the beginning when he was very young, growing up dirt poor. And so it's those type of people that it's like, it's really inspiring, to hear them overcome, or at least see that transformation to how they make something of themselves.
Well, just there's videos of Ivan on YouTube. If you were just to Google Ivan and Antifa, if you were to Google, there's one, I know there's videos, I think they're still on YouTube, where Ivan is lifting a log over his head and Mr. Swift is hitting him with pepper spray at the same time. So
That sounds amazing.
Yeah. So, and these are my boys. So, but yeah, these are, it was, Ivan had texted me earlier, and then I sent him the link. I said, hey, jump in, and we're doing a live right now. So that was just pure coincidence. So. You know,
That's I
but if
embrace
you
the
do get a chance
spontaneity.
to read this book, get this book, The 9 Laws.
Yeah, I really want to check
Tell
it
you what
out.
the 9th law is, but when you read the 9th law, you'll be like, wow, that was the part that blew me away in the book. So, and that was a few years ago that I read that. So,
I mean, I'm sold. I all I had to do was like he just hopped in here. I'm already sold.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sold.
yeah. So, and I'll ask him too if he's, if he wants to come on the live stream. I wasn't sure if he could. I think what he does is he brought this stream into Google Meet. Have you heard of that?
No.
And so it'll show closed captioning, or he has his closed captioning on his. You can do it on YouTube.
Okay, yeah.
I think you can close caption live on YouTube. So, but it's yeah, he can talk, and I'm really glad you said he commands the English language very well, because that's definitely what he does.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, now I just want to know, like, because, like what happened? Like, what's his story? Because I mean, he doesn't seem like he was deaf from birth.
Mm-hmm. I think it was about, I want to say, I think 3 or 4 years old. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. People usually think he's from like Romania or something like that. Kind of speaks like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah.
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 Yeah. He kind of reminded me.
Accent.
Yeah,
But,
he reminded me of Tim Curry almost, just
Mhm.
vaguely.
Mhm.
Kind of that, just very, but yeah, very precise, very well spoken. So
Mhm.
that's inspiring.
Gonzo, are you on Instagram or Twitter or anywhere?
Yeah, you know what? I'm I need to hop on social media a little more. I am on Twitter as Gonzo School. So you can find, I'm on YouTube as Gonzo School as well.
Okay. All right.
You just look up Gonzo School.
Yeah. The reason I say that is because, look for me. I'm just T21 Surfer, Tony Bruno, T21 Surfer. And let's keep in touch. Shoot me a message on there or follow me and I'll follow you back.
Absolutely. So like, is Instagram the best place to reach you?
Instagram or Twitter.
Okay, cool.
And it's Gonzo. What is it on Twitter?
Gonzo School.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we got, let me see here in the live chat. Did you see that? It says, Gonzo, your voice sounds similar to the YouTube channel. What have I learned?
What have I learned? Now I gotta look this guy. See, like you guys are giving me stuff to look up. It's funny, because I will sometimes I'll I mean, last year I did a lot of busking. I'd play music on the street and stuff like that. And I think the most interesting one that I heard is, I think somebody said, you sound like the guy from the Talking Heads.
Oh, that's funny. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was, I hadn't really.
Is it Chris Byrne?
David Byrne? I'm not
David
sure.
Byrne. David Byrne. Yep. Yep.
I just got into the Talking Heads recently, but I was listening to Psycho Killer and I'm like, okay, I'd be down for that.
That's a great song. That's the music I grew up with, buddy, right there. That's
yeah, Talking Heads and stuff. Yeah, no, I'm a music fan. Let's see.
Well, do me a favor and let's touch base on Twitter and message back and forth here. I'd love to have you on again, man. I'd love to have you on. Were you on when my brother was on?
Earlier today?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I think I got on just in time for him to leave for bed, I assume.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to wrap it up now. I'm going to eat some ribs, but you know what? It's been 4 hours, 33 minutes, and 30 seconds exactly right now since I have been on this live stream. So
it's been quite a time. Well, thank you so much for having me on.
Well, yeah, man. I'm glad you were here again. At first I was I would always get a little concerned when somebody has an avatar. If you ever want to bust out your face, feel free, man.
I will. I'm gonna make sure I have it set up proper next time. It's like,
Yeah.
like this was the most impromptu thing ever, but
Yeah. No, it was great, man. Great conversation. And I think everybody kind of meshed well. So again, this is kind of a platform business model that I like. And I didn't, like I said, I don't want to take the credit for it, but I think, you know, as my channel grows, putting this StreamYard link in the chat and having people come in backstage and then just saying, hey, let's get you on the chat. I mean, I can eliminate somebody quickly, you know. So I think it's a good thing that's going to work for everybody here coming up, you know. So,
it's a great idea.
but it looks like my next live stream will be Thursday at 8. And, you know, again, I'll see if I can bring my brother in at first. If not, who knows who we'll have, you know. I know a lot of people, and, you know, if somebody wants to jump in, or, you know, or we can continue with the same whack pack or rat pack or whatever you want to call it.
The cleanup crew.
Yeah, man. I mean, I've had a great time talking with everybody. I think there was there's a lot of good input and a lot of good conversation, which I think, you know, we're not, everybody's not being a woman basher. I'd love to have some women on here too. So, you know, I just saw Super Gnome 369 just jumped in the chat. But yeah, man, I'll put it this way. It's been a long 4.5 hours, but it went by really fast.
It did.
I mean, it did, you know.
It was a blast. Time flies when you're having fun.
Exactly. So, but I'm going to go ahead and end this broadcast. I appreciate everybody who watched this, everybody who's jumped in. I'm trying to think how many guests we've had. I think about 7 or 8 total, which I'm happy with over some time. But Chris Gonzo Warren, thank you, buddy. Appreciate your time. And it was good chatting with you. Anything you want to say to anybody who's listening?
I mean, just thank you for having me on. And I guess everybody just keep fighting the good fight. Stand up for what you believe in. I'm so happy to see people standing up this year. And I want to see more. Like, the one thing I've wanted to see this year is more like-minded people standing up and defending what they believe in and making their voice heard. So I hope we see that through the rest of 2020.
Awesome, man. Awesome. All right, brother. Well, you take care of yourself and keep in touch. And we'll do this again. Again, I said Thursday. So anybody who's watching this, God, if you're still hanging on after 4 hours and 37 minutes, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, hit the notification bell, you know, send me a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Parler. I'm on all those platforms at T21 Surfer. That's T21 Surfer. Have a good night. Gonzo, have a good night, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Cheers, Tony.
All right.
You have a good one.
You too. Take care.
Cheers.